The Americans cannot walk into these negotiations putting very unrealistic preconditions like basically the dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program, and also in addition to that, giving dimensions that are way beyond the nuclear issue, like the conventional ballistic missiles program, like the relations of Iran with its regional proxies. These are separate issues that need to be discussed separately. And I think that Iran might be more flexible with regards to the nuclear program and the idea of reducing the rate of enrichment, even in turning over the enriched uranium, in subjecting their own nuclear program to much more stringent oversight and scrutiny by international organizations like the International Atomic Agency, Energy Agency. However, I do not think that the Iranians can really go beyond that. The idea of completely dismantling the enrichment facilities is unrealistic, especially that most of them, or the major ones, were destroyed in the last war. So the idea that Iran still has the capability of enriching massive amounts of uranium that will allow it to develop a nuclear weapon do not really correspond to reality. And the Israelis and the Americans know that, and they admit that. However, they choose to pretend otherwise. They choose to pretend as if the Iranians are an imminent nuclear threat, and this is not true. Iran did not recover yet from the 12-day war. If anything, Iran is even struggling with its own domestic crisis right now. We have seen the wave of protests as of late that Iran has put down very violently and brutally. And with the ongoing economic conditions, they are in no shape to engage in any more adventurism. They will be much more focused on stabilizing the country and containing the collapsing economy. Their economy is in free fall. So the idea that Iran is an imminent threat, as the US and Israel are trying to say, is really far from the truth, Asuma. However, I do believe that what is being presented by the United States is not a serious proposition of negotiation or political settlement. It's an ultimatum. Either surrender to our demands, and we will call it a diplomatic negotiation, or we will go to war. This is a very dangerous formula, very counterproductive, and it might backfire in the face of the Americans and the Israelis, Asuma, because Iran will fight back.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Mohammad Osman for joining us and sharing that insight on this piece. Now, moving the focus to China, China is pushing back against comments from U.S. President Donald Trump, who warned it was very dangerous for close ally Britain to deal with Beijing. Spokesperson Goh Jiakun has said China is willing to strengthen cooperation with all countries, including Britain. He has stressed that Beijing supports engagement based on mutual benefit and what he called win-win results. The remarks underline growing diplomatic friction as Washington urges allies to limit ties with China while Beijing defends its global partnership. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Professor Georgi Toleraya. He's a professor at Russia Academy of Science. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now, Professor, looking at this, how is this tactic working for U.S.? As you know, it seems like it pushes away the allies and then wants it to choose them still over other countries in terms, particularly with U.S. and UK and China now.
Well, I think it's rather ironic that on the one hand, President Trump himself is trying to make some deal with China and planning to visit it, and they have some kind of plans for some kind of cooperation. At the same time, he prohibits his allies to develop cooperation. Of course, Britain and European countries, they may be too late to turn to the East, but nevertheless, they're trying to do it. And I find it ironic that US is prohibiting them to do so. China, of course, doesn't like it, but I think that the European countries, including Britain, will have to follow the lead of the US in this case.
So why can't UK stand for itself? Why does this double standard always work for US?
Well, those whose power is right. That's the rule of the game today. And in fact, I I'm reading now, I came across an old book, Godfather by Mario Puzo, for which a famous film was made. And when I read about how the Sicilian mafia in the US operate between itself, it gives a pretty good clue for the current situation, current international politics. Those who have the power is always right.
And how long will this rhetoric work for US?
Well, the practice have been there for many decades, but it was masked, it was decorated with some kind of liberal words and some kind of narrative, democratic narrative. Now it came into the open, and it was clear for everybody even before that. Now it's easier just not to have any illusions and to act in accordance with this real rules of the game, real laws of nature, which are now in force.
And what cards can China and UK play to counter this pressure by US, if any?
Well, China has its own Trump cards. Sorry for this, using the word Trump in its direct meaning. So China has its own ability to withstand this pressure, and I think they will use it. It may be not that open, not be said directly, but China will also use its abilities, its capacity to pursue its own interests.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, staying in China, Beijing has vowed to take necessary measures to protect the interests of its companies following Panama's Supreme Court decision to annul contracts allowing Hong Kong-based CK Hutchison to operate key ports at the Panama Canal. Let's listen in.
相信你注意到，有关企业已经第一时间发表声明，表示该裁决有悖于巴拿马方面批准相关特许经营权的法律。 企业将保留包括诉讼法律程序在内的所有权利。中方将采取一切必要措施，坚决维护中方企业正当合法权益。
This ruling, which targets the laws supporting operations at the Balbao and Cristobal ports, comes a year after U.S. President Donald Trump's claims that China was controlling the vital waterway. CK Hutchison, through Panama Ports Company, has managed the port since the 1990s and was negotiating a $22.8 billion deal to sell its global port operations to a consortium led by U.S. investment firm BlackRock and China's COSCO. While Panama has repeatedly rejected claims of Chinese control over the canal, the decision may disrupt the ongoing deal. Chinese officials have expressed their discontent, and Hong Kong has rejected the court's ruling, arguing it could harm Panamanian families dependent on the port. Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Professor Georgi Toleraya. He's a professor at Russia Academy of Science, joins us live. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us and staying with us. Now, what more can you tell us about this particular port in Panama?
Well, the Hutchinson Company has been chosen through what they said is a transparent and legal process, and they operated, and so it's obviously not the independent decision by the Panama government. It may look independent, and the Panama says it operates Panama Channel by itself and will do so. But anyway, we can see that there's U.S. pressure in order to limit the Chinese influence. Even if it's a Hong Kong company, still it's they see China behind it, to limit the Chinese influence and control of the strategic water artery.
Right. And this says that, you know, the reports show that it's been controlled since the 1990s. So why is suddenly U.S. alarmed by so many places where China has held a foothold now for a long time?
The U.S. is trying hard to dismantle and to disrupt Chinese influence, Chinese control wherever it was, regardless of the legality of this control, regardless of how long it have been. exercised. So they'll try to hurt China and to disrupt Chinese control any way possible, in every way where it's possible. We shouldn't doubt it.
And also, you know, they are trying to sell, negotiating this deal to sell to consortium led by U.S. investment firm BlackRock and China's Costco. So at the end of the day, China is still involved. Why so?
BlackRock and other 3 or 4, 5 investment companies, they control all the big businesses. So whenever there is any globally, so whenever you see something which is of importance to the global economy, you sure will have this or other similar investment companies behind them. So there's nothing so much surprising.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to thank Professor Georgi Tolerev for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you very much. Now, moving on to the Netherlands Consumer Protection Regulator, ACM, has launched an investigation into U.S. gaming platform Roblox over potential risks to underage users in the European Union. According to reports, the regulator will assess whether Roblox is taking adequate measures to protect minors, referring to the EU's Digital Services Act, which requires platforms to take appropriate and proportionate measures to ensure safety for minors using their services. Roblox has stated that the company is strongly committed to complying with the EU Digital Services Act and referred to the gaming platform's announcement in November of last year that it would require age verification via facial recognition to limit communication between children and adults. Roblox added that Roblox looks forward to providing the ACM with further clarity on the many policies and safeguards we have in place to protect the minors. Now we have a breaking news. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced his pick to lead the Federal Reserve. He is nominating Mr. Kevin Warsh, a former Fed official, to serve as the chairman of the Board of Governors. Trump has said he believes Warsh can guide the Fed effectively. The nomination now goes to the Senate for confirmation. This marks a significant step in Trump's influence over U.S. economic policy. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
first thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. We turn our focus today to a diplomatic gambit in the East. The first trip by a British Prime Minister to Beijing in 8 years. Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrived in the Chinese capital seeking what he calls a more sophisticated and pragmatic relationship. But behind the handshakes at the Great Hall of the People lies a minefield of past sanctions, rising tariffs, and a massive trade gap. So what is the state of this high-stakes reset? Let's look at the numbers. Total bilateral trade between the UK and China has hit £103 billion in 2025. But the balance is strikingly lopsided. The UK exports roughly £30 billion to China, while importing over £72 billion. This is a £42 billion trade deficit. China is currently the UK's fourth largest trading partner, accounting for 5.5% of total British trade. And as the UK struggles with slow growth, Starmer has brought a delegation of 54 business leaders to ensure London isn't left in the cold. But to move forward, they must address the baggage of the past. The relationship crashed in 2021. The UK imposed sanctions on Chinese officials over allegations of human rights abuses in Xinjiang. Beijing reiterated and retaliated instantly. They blacklisted 9 UK citizens, including sitting members of parliament and peers. Names like Sir Ian Duncan Smith and Tom Tungendat were banned from Chinese soils. Their assets were frozen. British lawmakers and academics were targeted. Now, sources suggest a quid pro quo is on the table. China is considering lifting those sanctions on British MPs. In exchange, London recently gave the green light to China's controversial mega embassy near the Tower of London, a project previously blocked over security concerns. Then there's the battle over the road and the cloud. While the US and European Union have built a tariff wall against Chinese electric vehicles, with tariffs reaching as high as 100% in America, the UK has taken a different path. London has not yet imposed specific penalty tariffs on Chinese EVs. The result? Chinese car brands led by MG and BYD nearly doubled their UK market share in 2025, now accounting for almost 10% of all new car sales. But it isn't all smooth sailing. Under the UK National Security Act, London has clamped down on Chinese investment in critical sectors, from semiconductors to energy. Beijing has warned that targeting its security apparatus will trigger strong countermeasures. Beyond trade, we are seeing a surprising area of cooperation: law enforcement. The two nations are set to sign an agreement to disrupt the supply chains of human smugglers. Chinese factories are the primary source for the small boat engines used by gangs in the English Channel. This deal would see intelligence sharing to stop those engines from ever reaching the French coast. The UK is walking a tightrope. On one side, Washington, where President Donald Trump has imposed a 10% baseline tariff on all imports, including British goods. London is desperate to carve out an exemption. On the other side, Beijing, the only market big enough to offset a transatlantic trade war. So is this a new golden era? Hardly. China's team, Starmer's team, is calling it de-risking, not decoupling. They want Chinese investment in green gigafactories, but are banning Chinese tech from the 5G network. They want Chinese consumers for British services, but are condemning the crackdown in Hong Kong. As the Prime Minister concludes his talks today, the world is watching to see if pragmatism can survive geopolitics. In a turbulent 2026, the UK is betting that it can be the bridge between two colliding superpowers. But as history shows, bridges are often the first thing to collapse under pressure. Joining me now for this discussion is Dr. Asa Chadha, who is Associate Professor of International Relations at Ritsumeikan University in Kyoto. Dr. Chadha, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's then start with the first question. The UK government has recently approved China's massive new embassy at Royal Mint Court, just days before Starmer's arrival in Beijing. To what extent would you say that this approval serves as a diplomatic down payment to secure the lifting of sanctions on British MPs? And are there any real long-time security risks of allowing such a large-scale facility so close to the City of London's financial infrastructure?
Right. Well, thank you for having me here on your channel for the discussion. I mean, we need to remember that this facility at Royal Mint Court, the one that you're referring to as the new Chinese embassy area, this was bought by China back in 2018, and it had since then been under, severe scrutiny by the British, British organizations, British government, British intelligence, because of its proximity to Britain's financial center and also proximity to the other important key sectors. I'm hearing this proximity to the fiber optic cables that run throughout under the city, and then they do connect somehow to the intelligence agencies in London as well. So there were a lot of let's say aspects to this particular property. The second I think anxiety that the British had was with regard to the sheer size of this facility that has now been approved. It's 10 times larger than the earlier, embassy that China has had in London. So why does China need such a large embassy? Are they planning to increase the number of personnel? Is this going to be in any way used or in some way utilized as a dual-use space, wherein on one hand there is an increased surveillance on not just pro-democracy Hong Kongers who are currently in UK, or is it also intended to otherwise listen in on conversations that UK does not want China to listen in on? Now, all of these concerns seems to have been pushed to one side with the approval of this facility by the British Prime Minister, and the fact that he's trying to visit China, after allowing the construction of this facility, says clearly that definitely he's trying to prove to China that he's willing to overlook the past, past issues that UK might have had with regard to human rights, questions or abuses or any other issues that UK might have wanted to raise with China in the past. Now, with regard to your question as to whether this could in fact have a lot of impact on lifting of the Beijing sanctions on UK MPs, I mean, that remains to be seen. What we're hearing now is there is a possibility, but let's not forget there are other things in the run here. UK here is more dependent on China, definitely, when it comes to its own supply chains. UK wants to achieve this newfound friendship with China that they're trying to secure, much like Canada, by the way. And given the fact that the US's partners are one by one lining up to warm up their relations with Beijing, shows to us that this is no longer just about lifting sanctions on certain members of parliament. This goes beyond. This is about catering to China in a way that China gets more access to their local markets. We do know that there is a huge amount of tariff, not just on US allies, but also on Beijing by United States. So this is one way that US allies and US rivals are trying to bridge that gap and bridge that relationship, trying to secure their own economic security in one way or another. And then thirdly, I must also mention that while China's facility had not been allowed to be developed in London since 2018. Similarly, there was a ban, or there was some kind of a stay on even London's expansion plans or UK's expansion plans of its own embassy in Beijing. So the hope with Prime Minister Starmer's visit is that China would also likewise reciprocate in the same way and allow UK to then start constructing or reconstructing or refurbishing its own embassy in Beijing just the way that they wanted to.
Right. Dr. Chadha, now, in fact, let's also talk about the fact that while the US has moved towards 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, the UK has largely held back and also allowed brands like BYD to gain significant market share. How do you see the UK's refusal to follow Washington's tariff wall? A break in Western trade unity, or is it a temporary economic necessity to meet Britain's own net zero targets?
I mean, it's a combination of both, right? I mean, UK had for a long time set this zero emissions vehicle mandates, which meant that most of their sales, I think up to 28% of their sales back in 2025 were aimed to be in electric vehicles. The question here is, can American and European car manufacturers actually cater to this demand or cater to these needs? And the answer was no. We knew that there was a restriction on the amount of Chinese investment into key sectors, into semiconductors, into batteries, all of which, by the way, UK in one way or another is dependent on China for. So despite placing those restrictions on China, if China happens to be the biggest supplier of electric vehicles, the biggest supplier of what UK wants its net zero emissions to be achieved by, then that leaves very little room for United Kingdom to to maneuver and try and find alternative partners. But you pointed out something very important, and here is where lies the risk. Even though UK might say that they're opening up their markets to achieve their targets, or they're opening up their markets to China only for specific issue-based productions or issue-based articles or objects, or let's say goods that they might need, this in fact, I would say, raises the dependence of United Kingdom on China even further. So what the main question that needs to be asked from Prime Minister Starmer here is that what is his policy in place if this dependence only worsens or increases on China? Does he have any policies in place to make sure or to cut down on that dependence in any way? And so far as we are reading into his policy, that seems far from what he's thinking about. There do not seem to be any such policies in place that would allow UK to effectively maybe de-risk and not decouple from China.
Right. Dr. Chandana, the current UK government is also describing its strategy as de-risking and not decoupling. Right? How can the UK realistically then de-risk its economy when it remains dependent on China for over 70% of the critical components for its green energy transition? And how likely is it for this pragmatism to turn the dependence that's seen during the previous golden era?
Right. I mean, see, this is not just UK. I think EU as a whole had earlier expressed very clearly that decoupling was no longer a feasible option. And I mean, in that they're pragmatically, they're correct. They are being more realistic in that sense, because given China's place or critical space in the supply chains, which could get globally disrupted. We saw how they got disrupted and how it raised anxiety worldwide when Trump tariffs were imposed. So this completely decoupling from China is not feasible for European partners in the short run anyway. I don't even think it's possible in the medium run. But what UK here is doing is, rather than trying to find alternative partners, it seems to be in some way in a bid to de-risk. What it's trying to do is making sure that at least through green investments, it allows China an access to its market. I mean, on the one hand, it could in fact allow UK to achieve its green targets. It might even allow UK in the medium term or in the short run to actually stabilize, the otherwise hit economy that it is facing. But there are a lot of risks here, and I'll try and point out some of those which you also mentioned earlier. I mean, this is obviously a response to the lack of trust or the lack of stability that UK is experiencing in its economy, and it was furthered by the Trump tariffs and the fear that how America would respond. So is UK doing something against it? Well, the UK's policy is then to in a way diversify its market. Unfortunately, with this visit, I mean, is this visit important by Prime Minister Starmer? It is important. I mean, China cannot be eliminated from UK's markets, but look at what all they are willing to give up, and I think that is where the key discussion lies. UK still wants and requires America's partnerships for its security needs. UK still needs America for its national security, or even regional security measures, or even Indo-Pacific policy. And UK remains a key partner. Specifically, let's say if we take the case of AUKUS, it was an alignment or sort of an alliance between Australia, US, and UK. And UK is a very important part of it. it's again a question mark. Where does UK stand on that? Would China not object? Would United States not object? Has Prime Minister Starmer actually figured out how to respond to United States if there were to be similar sanctions as or similar opposition to as Canada faced? Similarly, we need to look at whether or not UK does have a policy in terms of actual de-risking. I mean, unfortunately, we do not see much of that possibility occurring in the short run. UK seems to be kind of sandwiched between China and US at this point. And so if I just follow what PM Starmer has been pointing out, he's clearly stated he does not want UK to be reduced to a nation or to the position of a nation that has to choose sides. So what does that mean in the long run? What is UK willing to sacrifice? And I think one of the first thing UK seems to be sacrificing here is exactly what it stood for since 2018, which is the freedom of speech in some way, or the security of its own freedoms that it provides to its own parliamentarians and to its own people. I remember Prime Minister Starmer, ahead of this visit, in one of these interviews, he mentioned that he would be willing to take up questions with the Premier Xi Jinping when he visits China, specifically the ones that they disagree on. It seems very unlikely. We know what happened at G20 in 2024 when the British press tried to raise questions about human rights abuses. They were all sent out of the room. So is Prime Minister Starmer willing to take that hit when it comes to UK's own policy with regard to human rights or its own ideas with regard to freedom of speech? I mean, there's a lot at stake here, but clearly looks like UK, at least for the short run, for its own economic security, seems to have picked a side nevertheless.
Right, absolutely. Dr. Chadda, thanks very much then for joining us in this conversation. And viewers, that's a wrap on this episode of Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for all international news and updates.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks. While Pentagon officials affirm readiness in Europe, the EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region can't afford another war. US President has declared a national emergency and warned of tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating the trade tensions. Thailand's reformist politician Nathabon emerges as frontrunner in polls ahead of the February vote, signaling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. After meeting with potential candidate Kevin Warsh, U.S. President Donald Trump has confirmed he will reveal his pick for federal chair today amid calls for rate cuts. Following U.S. pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. U.S. financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperature, close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. Now for this hour, we start with U.S. President Donald Trump officially nominated Kevin Warsh to succeed Jerome Powell as the chair of the Federal Reserve. Warsh, who is a former Federal Reserve governor, is set to replace Powell, whose term was marked by frequent clashes with President Trump over interest rate policies. President Trump has praised Warsh on his Truth Social, calling him a longtime acquaintance and predicting he would be one of the great Fed chairmen known as an inflation hawk. Warsh has aligned with Trump's push for lower borrowing costs and a smaller balance sheet at the Fed. Following the announcement, the U.S. dollar strengthened and Treasury yields rose while gold and Bitcoin prices dropped. However, Warsh's nomination faces a challenging confirmation process in the Senate, with Republican Senator Thom Tillis vowing to block any Fed nominations until a Justice Department investigation into Powell's handling of central bank renovation is resolved. Warsh was chosen from a short list that included National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, Fed Governor Christopher Waller, and BlackRock executive Rick Rader. Now for this, we welcome Mr. David K. Johnston. He's an author and journalist, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, why do you think Trump has chosen this particular Mr. Kevin Warsh?
Well, I don't know anything about him of any consequence. But what I can assure you is Donald is appointing someone who will do whatever he wants. Donald has made it very clear that he believes that he is all-powerful. He says the only limits on what he does are his own morality. And, of course, not at all what the American Constitution says, not within a mile of what it limits that it puts on him. But he wants lower interest rates. Trump has been the man throughout his life who's been a borrower, not a saver. Lower interest rates, he believes, will juice the economy. So Jerome Powell, who Trump appointed 10 years ago and whose term ends in May as president of the Fed, not as a member of the board, but as president, has done what he thinks is best for the legal mandate that the Fed have stable currency and full employment. Those two things can be tensions against each other. But whoever Trump was going to pick, I think he made very clear, would be someone who would say, yes, sir, you want lower interest rates, we're going to lower them. The problem with that theory is that the Fed president does not independently determine this. There's a board that sets the two interest rates that are controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States.
So how dangerous is it that, President Trump is pushing putting someone who aligns completely with his policies?
Oh, I think this is potentially very destabilizing for the U.S. economy and for other countries around the world. We're already seeing, because of Trump's actions, a number of nations have been dumping their dollars, their securities in dollars like American treasuries, treasury bonds, because they're uncertain about what's going on with the United States. And the Chinese have been big beneficiaries of this. They would like to establish the renminbi as the yuan, as the world reserve currency. Being the world reserve currency is an enormous, enormous financial benefit to the United States. It's a subsidy to Americans. Trump has no understanding of this whatsoever. All he knows is, I'm all powerful, I will do what I want, when he's really the man behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz.
Right. And then is this Trump's push a strategy to have lower interest and gain some votes as he approaches midterm?
Yes, absolutely. Trump believes that lower interest rates, particularly lower mortgage interest rates, will help mitigate the losses that everyone knows the Republicans are facing in the House of Representatives and possibly in the U.S. Senate. So the problem here is that a lot of the debt Americans carry is in fixed terms or at rates that are not influenced by the Fed. The Fed affects two interest rates, and Trump would like to go back to the period of zero interest rates, which we had after the collapse of the U.S. economy in 2007, 8, and 9.
So why is Trump pushing for zero interest rates? And also, what does this all mean for U.S.'s democracy?
Well, on the first part, lower interest rates would presumably encourage more investment that's financed with debt, including home building. The U.S. has a major shortage of houses, several million houses, but for reasons that largely are not about interest rates, they're about local land use or zoning laws. The current U.S. mortgage interest rate of 6%, during the 40 years I had mortgages, they were all at 6% or more, except during the zero interest period. On the broader, I'm sorry, your second part of the question was about the broader economic, it was about Trump's power.
Yes, democracy of U.S.
Yeah,
yes.
I wrote back in February that we no longer live in a democracy. We live in a dictatorship that is busy concentrating power in the White House. And Trump has since confirmed that repeatedly. He has said, well, it would be good to have a dictator. Millions of people want to have a dictator. You know, a dictator would be a good thing. I run the U.S. and the whole world, and numerous other statements. And I would warn people as far back as 2011, if Trump ever gets to the White House, he will behave as a dictator. And he just hasn't fully consolidated his power. But if you watch what's happening in Minnesota, that is the future for the United States if Trump is able to fully consolidate his power. People will be swept off the streets for not committing any crime. They will be subject to armed goons who don't have badges and whose faces are covered. They will be brutalized. If you have medical needs and they pick you up, they will refuse to give you your medicine. And when you say, I'll die without it, they will. We have testimony to this effect under oath. They will laugh in your face. Right. That's what Trump is trying to do, is set up a total dictatorship. And by the way, he just posted in the White House lobby a picture of himself with Vladimir Putin.
Oh, well, that I did not know about. And lastly, what happens now that U.S. president seems to be surrounding himself with all the yes men around him?
Well, when you're in a position of authority, whether it's my wife who's the CEO of a large organization or you are an elected official, you really want to surround yourself with people who will tell you no, people who will challenge what you have to say, people who will say, you know, that crosses a line, it's going to be politically unpopular, it will be counterproductive. And Trump does not surround himself with people like that. He is completely into yes men. Yes, sir, absolutely. In his first term, he had people who put restraints on him for those reasons. But in this term, it's enablers, enablers, and enablers.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Johnston. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on, Russian President Vladimir Putin has received a personal request from U.S. President Donald Trump to hold strikes on Kyiv until February 1st, aiming to create a favorable environment for peace talks. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has declined to provide further details on Russia's response. Ukraine has stated it would reciprocate by refraining from attacks on Russian energy infrastructure if Moscow stops its strikes during the current cold weather. The next round of trilateral peace talks between Russia, Ukraine, and the US was scheduled in Abu Dhabi, though Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky indicated that the date and location may change. Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. David K. Johnston. He's an author and journalist, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston, for staying with us. Now, again, what is this, request? Why is this coming at this timing? Is this also a part of his strategy, Trump's strategy, to gain back some popularity or votes?
Well, first of all, Donald doesn't really have strategies. He lives in the moment. He's not a long-term thinker. He deals with tactics, short-run tactics, not long-run strategy. Asking the Russians to hold off for 3 days, which is what this boils down to, is pretty insignificant. The Russians have seen that this is going to not be the quick war they expected 4 years ago. It is rather a war of attrition. And so the longer they can drag this out, the greater they believe are the chances that they will eventually conquer. And that's what they're doing here. Conquer Ukraine, take away the freedom of the Ukrainians and put them under the Kremlin's boot, just as people were during the Soviet era. And Trump is so believing and trusting in Vladimir Putin that he has said he does not trust any of the American intelligence agencies, but he takes Vladimir Putin at his word. I mean, that is unbelievably naive and gullible. And the fact that he just put up this picture in the White House of himself with Vladimir Putin speaks volumes to the fact that without doubt, Donald Trump is regarded by the Kremlin as an asset. Whether or not he's an active agent is another question, but there is no doubt that he is seen by the Kremlin as an asset to them.
Right. And now that, Ukraine has Ukraine is not sure that where exactly will this next talks take place. Where do you think could be other than UAE?
Oh, it will be some neutral place where both the Russians and Ukrainians are comfortable and feel there's adequate security. You're not going to see any talks in Kiev or in Moscow. Security for both sides will be absolutely crucial. Vladimir Putin can't step outside of certain countries because he would be arrested as a war criminal. And Zelensky has to be concerned about his own safety because the Russians have a long history of assassinations. They, for example, killed the helicopter pilot who defected to Ukraine. He went off to live in Mexico and they hunted him down and murdered him. So security is going to be very important. And Trump's followers are, many of them, deeply troubled by what's going on here because he promised them no more wars. We're going to get out of these foreign entanglements. We're going to be America first. And that's not what they're seeing. They're seeing Trump saying, we're going to, if necessary, invade Cuba. We're going to take the Panama Canal. We're going to force Canada into becoming the 51st state. I don't expect any of those things to happen, but the bellicose nature of Donald Trump is coming very much to the fore because he has no constraints on him and no one around him telling him, hey, you're out of your lane. You were doing things that are extra constitutional. You need to pull it back. Nobody around him is telling him that.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. David K. Johnston for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now we move the focus on to Gaza. The world is being urged to step up aid to Gaza. The head of the International Committee of the Red Cross has said that states must act now. Mirjana Spoljaric says momentum from the first phase of the ceasefire must be used to ease dire humanitarian conditions. Meanwhile, Israel says the Rafah border crossing will reopen on 1st of February. It will allow travel between Gaza and Egypt, but only for residents who left during the war and only after Israeli security clearance. Rafah is Gaza's main gateway and the sole route for most of its more than 2 million people. Israel seized the crossing in May 2024. Its reopening follows the recovery of the last Israeli hostage's body and is part of the first phase of a US-backed ceasefire plan agreed in October last year. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Yossi, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, looking at this Rafah border crossing, how significant will the reopening be, and what would it mean for both Israel, Egypt, and people in Gaza?
Well, I think first of all it's significant because it's simply a manifestation of the fact that the last hostage has been returned to Israel, and we can move forward towards implementing the second stage of the Trump plan for Gaza. And in the context of this plan, we are opening the crossing for people to cross both outside of Gaza and inside into Gaza. And yes, those who are going to cross into Gaza are going to go through inspection by, not directly, but indirectly by Israel, and to make sure that we don't see any terrorists coming in. But the way out is going to be free. And I hope that this is going to ease some of the pressures that the Gazan population are feeling throughout this war. And on top of that, I must say that what the head of the Red Cross was saying about the scarcity of humanitarian aid and food in Gaza is ridiculous. We allow 4,200 trucks every week to enter Gaza. The real problem in Gaza is that there is too much food, and it's kept by the Hamas in order to prevent pressures against them to disarm. That's the problem, because the core of the second stage of the plan is the disarming of Hamas and their removal from power. So the Palestinian technocratic government is already preparing to cross into Gaza this coming Sunday, and this is a nice move in the right direction. But Hamas is not willing to disarm, so it's only a partial move, and because Hamas refuses to disarm, there's no way to form the international stabilization force that is supposed to be responsible for security in the Gaza Strip, because no international body is ready to fight against Hamas. And this is the problem that we see right now, how we manage to convince Hamas to disarm.
Right. So how will that be possible? Like, what cards does the world have to dismantle Hamas or disarm Hamas?
Well, I think there are two leverages that can be put in place. One is that there is not going to be any reconstruction as long as Hamas doesn't disarm, and there's not going to be international powers coming to replace it. And that means that Hamas is responsible for the fact that there is no reconstruction of Gaza, because Israel is ready to allow reconstruction provided that Hamas disarms, and they refuse to do that. And the second leverage that we have is that we are ready, if necessary, to carry out a military operation to disarm Hamas by force. And we almost did it before the Trump plan was agreed upon. And this was the main reason why Hamas was ready to release the hostages, because they were afraid that we should go all the way and remove them from power and disarm them by force. And if necessary, we should be able to resume this threat. We are not trigger happy, but if necessary, we shall do what needs to be done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yossi, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now we stay in Gaza and Israel. Israel's military has reported that it has launched airstrikes overnight, killing 3 terrorists in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. This comes as a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas remains in place. However, both sides have alleged repeated violations of the truce terms. The Israeli military has stated that it had identified 8 terrorists emerging from underground in Rafah and struck, eliminating 3 of them. Further operations continue in the area to remove any remaining threats. Humanitarian conditions in Gaza remain critical, with more than 2 million people affected by displacement and winter weather. The opening of the Rafah crossing is expected to allow limited movement and the entry of a Palestinian administrative committee to help oversee daily operations under the ceasefire. The second phase also includes the disarmament of Hamas, a process that has been met with resistance from the group. Israel is set to withdraw with international peacekeepers set to replace them. Now for this, we welcome back Mr. Yossi Cooper-Rosser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Rosser, for staying with us. Now, how do you analyze the readiness of phase 2?
Well, as I said, the incident in Rafah just tells you how fragile this ceasefire is in the first place. Hamas repeatedly tries to carry out terror attacks from the territories that they control, the 47% that they control of Gaza. But whenever it's possible for them to carry out attacks from the area that is under Israeli control, they are not shy about doing that too. That's what happened this last night. And we were attacked. So this entire ceasefire is very fragile. We want to move forward with the implementation of stage 2, but as long as Hamas is there and continues to articulate its commitment to fighting against Israel and destroying it, it's very hard to see considerable progress. And as I said, I think that as long as this is the case, we are going to continue to allow the entry of food and humanitarian aid, and we shall allow people to cross through the Rafah crossing. But we shall not allow any reconstruction, and the reconstruction is dependent on the readiness of Hamas to disarm or the disarmament of Hamas by other means.
Right. And do you think that U.S. and Israel has any disalignment now regarding the implementation of phase 2?
No, not at all. I think that the Americans see this issue eye to eye with Israel, and they repeatedly demand that Hamas will disarm. President Trump repeated this message just yesterday. And it's very clear to the Americans that disarming Hamas is a precondition for moving forward and implementing the reconstruction plan and ideas of making Gaza into a flourishing area with tourism and Riviera and whatever have you. But this is not going to happen before Hamas is disarmed. And the Americans are totally on the same page with Israel.
With that, I would like
There are some other disagreements about the role of Turkey and Qatar in this. And that we disagree, but this is a different story.
Right. So why is there disagreement about Turkey and Qatar's involvement?
Because we consider Turkey and Qatar as supporters of Hamas. They host Hamas terrorists, they host Hamas commanders and leaders. They are members of, they are very close to the Muslim Brotherhood, that Hamas is the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. And they are interested in Hamas continuing to control Gaza. And yes, they are committed to the disarmament of Hamas because they promised the United States that this is what's going to happen. But they are trying all kinds of tricks in order to say one thing and do something else. And we cannot trust them because we know that they are very close to Hamas. The Americans say that they played an important role in convincing Hamas to release the hostages, and because of that, they got to have something in return. We are ready to live with Turkey and Qatar being members of the Board of Peace Executive Committee, but we don't want to let any troops from these countries deploy in the Gaza Strip.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Cooper-Rosser for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now we move on to our tech news. Hackers and other criminals can easily take control of computers running open-source large language models outside the guardrails and constraints of major artificial intelligence platforms, creating security risks and vulnerabilities. According to reports, hackers could target the computers running the LLMs and direct them to carry out spam operations, phishing content creation, or disinformation campaigns, evading platform security protocols, as per research carried out jointly by cybersecurity companies Sentinel and Censys over the course of 293 days have offered a new window into the scale of potentially illicit use of cases for thousands of open source LLM deployments, and these includes hacking, hate speech and harassment, violent or gore content, personal data theft, scams and fraud, as well as in some cases child sexual abuses material. Thousands of open source LLM variants exist. A significant portion of the LLMs on the internet accessible hosts are variants of Meta's Llama, Google, DeepMind's Gamma, and others. Meanwhile, some of the open source models include guardrails. The researchers identified hundreds of instances where guardrails were explicitly removed. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka. We turn our focus today to the most powerful seat in global finance, the chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve. President Donald Trump has announced his nominee today to replace the 16th U.S. Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. As Powell prepares to step aside in May, the race to lead the world's most influential central bank has now narrowed to a high-stakes shortlist. So who has Trump chosen? He has announced former Federal Reserve Governor Kevin Warsh to head the U.S. Central Bank. Mr. Warsh served on the Fed board during the 2008 financial crisis and has deep Wall Street ties. Trump previously passed him over for Powell 8 years ago, a decision he now reportedly regrets. The president had teased his choice last night, saying the pick is somebody that could have been there a few years ago. Mr. Kevin Warsh's rise to the top of the Federal Reserve is marked by a strategic move across finance, Capitol Hill, and economic policy making. Nominated by President Donald Trump as the 17th Fed chair, Mr. Warsh will replace Mr. Jerome Powell in May 2026. Mr. Warsh's career began at Morgan Stanley, advising major companies before joining President George W. Bush's administration in 2002. In 2006, he became a Fed governor, where his hawkish stance on inflation and interest rates set him apart, especially during the 2008 financial crisis. After leaving the Fed in 2011, Warsh continued shaping economic policy from the private sector. Now, as Fed chair, his leadership promises a shift towards stricter inflation control and closer ties to the White House. What was Trump's criteria for this job? The president has been blunt. He wanted someone who will slash interest rates. The stakes for this selection are monumental. Mr. Warsh, the next Fed chair, will not only manage the dollar, but will directly impact Trump's growth agenda heading into the second year of his term. The markets are bracing for a shift from the cautious hawkishness of the Powell era to a potentially aggressive new era of MAGA-nomics at the Fed. Pragmatism or loyalty, the world has found out today. Markets have already started reacting to the news. The DOW, S&P 500 and NASDAQ are all down in pre-market trading today. Investors are reacting to the latest market trends, with concerns growing over potential shifts in monetary policy following the news of Warsh's appointment as the next Federal Reserve Chair. As the announcement has been made, the global financial order is watching to see if the independence of the Federal Reserve can survive a president determined to steer the economy from the Oval Office. In a turbulent 2026, the U.S. Central Bank is at crossroads, and the choice made today will echo through every market on the planet. Now, to discuss this, we are joined by Mr. Peter Cardillo. He's a chief economist at Spartan Capitals, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Cardillo, for joining us on Deep Dive.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Cardillo, what do you feel about Trump's Fed pick, and what do you think he will bring to the table?
Well, I think it's actually a good pick. I think Wall Street is going to like it. I think Mr. Walsh, being a Wall Street man, was a Wall Street man, I should say, is going to preserve the independence of the Fed. In the past, he was very much somewhat of a hawk in terms of inflation, although recently he has indicated that perhaps inflation is not that much of a problem, basically aligning himself with President Trump. But I think the key point there is not so much as whether he is a hawk or a dove, but the fact that he undoubtedly will preserve the independence of the Fed. And I think the markets eventually will like that.
And how do you think Mr. Kevin Warsh's previous experience at the Federal Reserve during the 2008 financial crisis and as former economic advisor to ex-President Bush will influence his approach to the current economic challenges as Fed chair?
Yeah, well, as I said before, he was one who was looked upon as a governor who favored lower balance sheets and basically stuck to the rules. So, during the financial crisis, everyone was out there to try to save what was possible, and his moves went along with what was in need at that time. So I suspect that that probably could be we could see a repeat of that from now in the present situation. But remember that we're not really in any major crises. So what we have here now is inflation that has come down, but is still elevated, still far from the Fed's targets, and so it's not really a crisis. So I would expect that he's going to take everything into considerations. And remember, his term doesn't start until May, so he has chance to see what the effects, what are the inflationary effects from tariffs are at that time. They might be lower, and that would give him a free hand to loosen credit.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Cardillo. And now, with Warsh's shift towards supporting lower interest rates recently, how do you think his leadership will balance Trump's desire for a more rate-friendly policy with the Fed's traditional independence and focus on long-term economic stability?
Well, like I said before, he was an ex-Wall Street man. He worked on Wall Street. He knows Wall Street. He knows what the markets want. And so I don't think he's going to do anything that would put the markets in, that would question the markets. And certainly he's not, his pick as nomination is not one that perhaps maybe the market was fearing. Total alliance to the White House. I don't think that's going to be the case. He might be a little bit more liberal in terms of lowering inflation, lowering rates on inflation. But I think bottom line is he's still going to do what's good for the economy and what the Fed's mandate is all about.
And now, last but not least, we cannot ignore the ongoing investigation into Mr. Jerome Powell regarding Fed buildings renovations, which many see as a political pressure tactic. So does this investigation serve as a warning to the incoming chair that any future defiance of the Oval Office could lead to personal legal scrutiny?
Well, you know, Mr. Trump is famous for speaking aloud what he thinks, and I'm sure that if Mr. Walsh doesn't do what Mr. Trump wants him to do immediately or would like him to do, that he'll criticize him. You know, he just said something the other day. I happened to hear it while he was giving a speech that that when people get the jobs, they sort of change. So maybe he was already hinting that, you know, Fed nominee Walsh might not actually execute what his wishes are. So I think we keep that in the back of our minds.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Peter Cardillo for joining us today from New York and sharing that insight. Thank you. Now, that was all for this episode of Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for more news and updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination. And if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Trump escalates trade war with Canada. Aircraft tariffs could disrupt US aviation. Canada-China ties worsen US-Canada tensions. Trump threatens 50% tariff over jets. Political tensions intensify US-Canada trade clash.
Hello, I'm Asima Katauka and you're watching another episode of Explained with me. The trade war between the US and Canada is heating up once again, with US President Donald Trump threatening a 50% tariff on Canada. What does this mean? Why is Trump doing this? And what's at stake for both countries? Let's break it down. This threat from the US is part of a broader set of actions aimed at leveraging trade disputes to gain political and economic concessions from Canada. To understand the context, let's first rewind back to 2018, when Trump imposed tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, citing national security concerns under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act. While Canada was America's top supplier of these metals, the US administration argued that the high volume of imports posed a risk to domestic production. In retaliation, Canada imposed its own tariffs on US goods worth $12.6 billion. These tensions were eventually resolved through the renegotiation of the North American Free Trade Agreement, also known as NAFTA, which then became the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, now called USMCA, in 2019. However, the trade rift was reignited in 2025, when Trump threatened new tariffs on Canadian goods, particularly targeting aircraft. The current dispute centers around Canada's refusal to certify Gulfstream Aerospace's jets manufactured in Savannah, Georgia. In response, Trump has threatened to decertify all Canadian-made planes, including the renowned Bombardier jets, and impose a 50% tariff on any aircraft sold into the United States. This move specifically targets Bombardier, one of Canada's largest aircraft manufacturers, and threatens to ground thousands of Canadian-built regional jets used by major U.S. airlines such as Delta and United. If Trump follows through with his threat, the impact on the U.S. aviation sector would be significant. Bombardier's regional jets, such as the CRJ series, are essential for U.S. airlines, helping to connect smaller cities to larger hubs. There are over 600 Canadian-built CRJ jets in service across the U.S., making over 2,600 flights daily and providing 175,000 passenger seats. Grounding these planes would cause massive disruptions, particularly for regional airlines that serve smaller airports, many of which rely on Bombardier jets. This will be a big hit on current administration, as they are freshly out of recent flight disruptions, which was also caused by the Trump administration. The consequences would be far-reaching, affecting not only airlines but also passengers, airport operations, and even employment in the aviation sector. The motivations behind Trump's threats seem to stem from a mixture of political and economic objectives. For one, Trump has always used tariffs as a strategic tool to pressure other countries into making concessions. His approach to trade policy has been heavily influenced by his America First and MAGA, Make America Great Again, mantra. Both of them advocate for protectionist policies and seeks to reduce trade deficits. In this case, Trump is using the threat of tariffs and decertification to push Canada to resolve the issues surrounding Gulfstream's certification. Additionally, this move is in the context of broader geopolitical tensions, particularly with China. Canada's growing trade relationship with China, including the signing of a strategic partnership agreement signed in the early weeks of January 2026, has been a major point of contention for President Trump. He has repeatedly warned Canada against making deals with Beijing, even threatening a 100% tariff on all Canadian goods if the country continues to strengthen its ties with China. Beyond the trade and economic concerns, there is also a political dimension to the situation. Trump's relationship with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has been increasingly hostile. The most recent rift comes after Carney's speech at the World Economic Forum, where he criticized Trump's approach to global affairs. Trump responded by mocking Carney and making sarcastic comments about Canada's future, even suggesting that it could become the 51st state to avoid tariffs. This personal animosity has only fueled the tensions between the two leaders, and the tariff threat is a way for Trump to assert his dominance in trade negotiations with Canada. The stakes in this conflict are high. If Trump proceeds with the decertification of Canadian-made aircraft and the imposition of tariffs, the disruption to U.S. air travel could be catastrophic. Thousands of planes would be grounded, leading to delays, cancelled flights, and economic losses. Furthermore, the consequences of escalating tensions between the U.S. and Canada would extend beyond the aviation sector. Trade relationships in other industries such as energy, agriculture, and manufacturing would also be affected, as both countries rely heavily on each other for trade. If Canada were to be forced to look for new trade partners outside of the U.S., it could reshape North American trade dynamics entirely. As for now, whether Trump will follow through with his threat is unclear. As Trump has a history of making bold, provocative threats, many of which he later pulls back from, it is possible that this is yet another attempt to gain leverage in a trade dispute. No president has ever directly decertified aircraft, and the responsibility for certifying planes lies with the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, not the White House. This could be a case of Trump making an exaggerated threat to pressure Canada into compliance, or it could be part of a broader strategy to assert dominance over Canada's trade and political decisions. As for now, whether Trump will follow through with his threat, it's unclear. As I just mentioned that President Trump has a history of making bold, provocative threats, it is still possible that this is yet another attempt to gain leverage in a trade dispute. This could be a case of Trump making an exaggerated threat to pressure Canada into compliance, or it could be part of a broader strategy to assert dominance over Canada's trade and political decisions. Ultimately, nevertheless, the U.S.-Canada relationship is at a crossroads. The ongoing trade dispute, exacerbated by Trump's threats, has the potential to severely disrupt both countries' economies. If Trump's tariff and decertification threats are implemented, the impact on the U.S. aviation system and Canada's aircraft industry would be severe. Beyond the economic consequences, the political fallout from this dispute could lead to further strains between the two countries, with broader implications for global trade and security. Whether or not Trump follows through, the rhetoric surrounding this issue is a reminder of the fragile nature of international trade relations, especially when personal and political factors are at play. That's all for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
we would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness in Europe. The EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region cannot afford another war. EU President has declared a national emergency and warned if tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating trade tensions. Thailand's reformist politician Nathapong emerges as frontrunner in polls ahead of the February vote, signaling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China wants to take appropriate measures. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. According to a government statement, Burkina Faso's military government has dissolved all political parties, phasing out more than 100 groups. Authorities said party assets will be transferred to the state and a draft law sent to the transitional legislature, framing the move as necessary for national unity. Now we start with Middle East. Turkey is pushing for renewed nuclear diplomacy between Iran and the United States. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan says restarting talks would bring major gains for all sides and could open the door to lifting sanctions on Iran. Speaking alongside his Iranian counterpart in Istanbul, Fidan also urged Washington to resist Israeli pressure for military action, warning a strike on Iran would seriously destabilize the region. Let's listen into what the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has shared.
İsrail'in ABD'yi İran askeri saldırı yapmaya ikna etmeye çalıştığını da görmekteyiz. İsrail'in bu çabaları bölgemizin kırılgan durumdaki istikrarına büyük zarar verme potansiyeli taşımaktadır. ABD yönetiminin sağduyuyla hareket ederek buna fırsat vermeyeceğini ümit ediyoruz. İsrail bölgedeki istikrarsızlaştırma politikalarına son.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Professor Andrew Latham. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Mr. Latham, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, Turkish foreign minister has called for U.S.-Iran to talk and open talks, especially on nuclear program, to ease the regional tensions. So, what's the possibility of that, and how would that look like right now?
Well, first of all, it's quite clear that Turkey has at least two motives. It really has no interest in chaos in the region and the way that might spill over into Turkey proper. And also Turkey wants to play a role as a kind of regional great power, a natural interlocutor, bringing conflicting and competing sides together to hash out some kind of an agreement. How likely is that to be the case? Well, pressure is building. The Israelis are getting a little bit impatient. The United States, I think, has an interest in a negotiated settlement, certainly not JCPOA 2.0, something a little more comprehensive, dealing with missiles and nuclear capabilities, and also Iran's regional support for proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas. Whether the two or three or four sides, depending on how this is configured ultimately, what the common ground is, what they can all agree on, is really what's undecided at the moment. It's quite clear that there might be a deal on nuclear weapons, maybe even on Iran's proxies and regional geopolitics, but I don't think there's going to be an agreement on Iran's defenses, because Iran sees its missile capability as absolutely essential, and the United States and Israel see those weapons as incompatible with regional peace and security. So that's likely to be the big sticking point here. Whether they can resolve it, I'm actually quite skeptical.
Right, and if they cannot resolve it, then what now?
Well, I can see at least two scenarios, one of which would be an Israeli-initiated military action. They are obviously a little more invested, being in the region themselves, and a little more concerned about Iran's missile and nuclear capabilities, but also its support for proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. And the United States then would either join in that strike or a parallel set of strikes. Think back to the 12-day war last year, that sort of operation. What would the targets be? I don't think it would be targeted to facilitate regime change. I think it would be targeted specifically on nuclear power, on the IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters and command and control infrastructure, things like that, that actually address the issues that Israel and the US have with Iran, and not to bring about a change of regime.
Right. And you know, the dismantle of nuclear program of Iran, which US and many countries are calling for, it seems unlikely from Iranian side. It seems unrealistic also from Iranian side. So what other channels can they use, all the countries who have problem with this Iran's nuclear program use to de-escalate the situation?
Well, I think at this point it would require a fairly comprehensive deal. For whatever reason, justified or not, Iran feels insecure. And how do states deal with insecurity? They arm themselves, in this case with nuclear weapons, but also with allies and proxies, again, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. But Hezbollah and Hamas have been taken away. And Iran, I think right now, given internal developments, but also external developments, is feeling quite insecure. And in that situation, it's not likely to give up. It doesn't have nuclear weapons at the moment, but it has a very short breakout time in which it could field nuclear weapons in months, not years, if it decided to do so.
Right.
I can't see it giving that up readily. There would have to be a big deal, which would be reassuring to the Iranians that they're not going to be subject to continuing sanctions and support for dissident movements within the country. And then if that regime felt secure, they might be willing to negotiate away this nuclear capability in development. And that would have to be verifiable from an American and Israeli perspective. The International Atomic Energy would have to have inspectors on the ground, etc. It would have to be a comprehensive deal that really addressed the core insecurities of Iran and the core insecurities of Israel and the United States. And that's a heavy lift. I don't think that's easily arrived at. The JCPOA during the Obama administration wasn't that. It dealt with some of the issues, nuclear, but it didn't deal with a lot of the other issues. So it would have to be more than JCPOA, and I'm not sure that that's in the cards at the moment.
And last but not least, since UAE and Saudi Arabia, also Turkey, have said that their airspace won't be allowed to use by US in terms of attacks towards Iran. So, where will US use if it were to use this?
Well, it would have to use carrier-launched aircraft and sea-based assets in the Mediterranean. That's the only way that they would be able to strike. If they're not able to use Turkish airspace or Saudi airspace, Diego Garcia wouldn't be in play. So it does limit the United States' options. And the reason for that is none of those countries, they're all hostile towards Iran, but there's been a kind of détente in the region in the last year or two. And nobody in the region has an interest in a war which could escalate chaos, would affect the price of oil, sometimes maybe in a positive way, but it might pinch off the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb, the Gate of Tears at the bottom of the Red Sea. And that would affect all of the economies in the region. They have no interest in a full-blown war in the region, and therefore are signaling very clearly to Israel and the United States that that's the case, that they're not interested in war, and the signal that they're sending is, you can't use our airspace.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Latham, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for a later discussion. Now, Turkey is calling for renewed nuclear talks between Iran and the United States. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan says restarting negotiations would bring significant gains for all sides and could pave the way for lifting sanctions on Iran. He has made the remarks at a joint press conference in Istanbul with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Let's listen into what the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has shared.
Müzakereler aynı zamanda İran'a yönelik yaptırımların kaldırılmasının ve İran'ın uluslararası ekonomik sistemle bütünleşmesinin yolunu açacaktır. Bu adımlar tüm taraflara önemli kazanımlar sağlayacaktır.
Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has struck a firm tone. He has said Iran's missile and defense capabilities are not negotiable. Araghchi has added that Tehran is open to nuclear talks, but only if they are fair and conducted on equal footing. He has also said no meeting with US officials is planned yet, stressing that preparations must come first. Now we move on to US. Student organizers have called for walkouts and protests across the United States on Friday to demand that federal immigration agents withdraw from Minnesota. After 2 fatal shootings of US citizens generated public outrage, the call for a general strike follows last week's protests when thousands marched through Minneapolis in the bitter cold, urging an end to President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in their city. Meanwhile, a candlelight vigil was held outside a Veteran Affairs hospital in New York City for Alex Pretty, an intensive care nurse at a hospital for military veterans who was shot and killed by immigration officers. Some vigil attendees have responded. Let's listen into what they have shared.
It's very important to a lot of people, and sometimes you don't know what to do. You try to do as much as you can, but sometimes the best thing you can do is just to show up at a vigil. But that's what we try to do, because we're in solidarity and we care.
we're in this fight with you. We believe in everything that you've been in the streets for, and we're going to do everything that we can from where we are to support you and to demand the same thing that you're trying, which is to abolish ICE, to get ICE out of our cities, out of our communities, out of our workplaces.
Now we welcome back Mr. Andrew Latham. He's joining us from Minneapolis. So now that we have heard, supports from New York City's vigil that was held, how do you feel as a local of Minneapolis?
Well, it's a big deal here, despite the fact that there are signals now that ICE might be dialing down its enforcement efforts here. The two tragic deaths have left a mark. The fear amongst, in my case, international students and faculty who are here on work visas and whatnot is palpable. People are very concerned. But it's not just a local issue, of course. It resonates across the country, especially in cities where enforcement efforts have been ramped up and where there's large migrant communities. The mood in the country uniformly, I think, but especially in places like the Twin Cities, which have been subject to these enforcement efforts, is really tense, fearful, and there's a lot of anger as well. So that's a toxic brew of emotions that are now beginning to have real political expression.
And our situation de-escalating?
Well, there's hope there that Kristi Noem, who was the architect and leader of the sort of sweep approach to immigration enforcement, just indiscriminate and broad-based and let's pick up everybody everywhere. She's been sidelined in this now, and Tom Homan, who's the border czar, who has a much more targeted and low-profile and arguably more humane approach to immigration law enforcement, is now running the show. So will the enforcement efforts stop or fade away altogether? No. But will they look different? That's the hope, that they will be low-key, they'll be targeted on criminals, for example, not on just everyday people. Will it defuse the situation on the streets in Minneapolis overnight? No, I don't think so. The bad feelings will be there for a while. But will the proximate cause of that anger go away? I think to some extent, yes.
Right. And building on your first answer, I would like to ask, how are international students affected by this whole thing unfolding in U.S. and also in Minneapolis, of course? And U.S. economy, is it dependent, or universities, is it dependent on international students as well?
Yes, not only is it good in and of itself, but as part of the business model, international students, part of the revenue stream. Since 2008, Americans have had fewer children, which means that now 19 years later, there are fewer university and college age potential students. And to make up that difference, one of the ways is to bring in more international students. And to the extent that there is a climate of fear, what parent would want their child, legally, by the way, to study abroad? Because the fear is that if you look like you are not quote unquote American, you're subject to this ICE enforcement, this harassment that you don't need. Why would you send one of your offspring into a situation like that? So if this persists over time, it could have a really negative effect on colleges and universities in the United States, quite apart from the terrorizing effect it's having on young people in colleges and universities today.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Andrew Latham for joining us today from Minneapolis and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we stay in U.S. Democratic U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren has criticized President Trump's nomination of Mr. Kevin Warsh as the next Federal Reserve Chair, calling it another move by the president to seize control of the central bank. In a statement, Warren has argued that no Republican should support the nomination until Trump holds his ongoing investigation into the Federal Reserve. Warren's remarks reflect the continued concerns among critics about the administration's influence over the Fed, especially after the public tensions between Trump and current chair Jerome Powell. Now we move the focus on to Bangladesh. Bangladesh will be holding parliamentary elections and a national referendum on February 12th of this year. In the lead up to the polls, political violence and extremist attacks may target rallies, polling stations, and religious sites such as mosques, churches, and temples. The U.S. Embassy in Dhaka has advised U.S. citizens to remain cautious, avoid large gatherings, and be aware of their surroundings. Demonstrations, even those who intended to be peaceful, can escalate into violence. The government has announced transportation restrictions starting February 10th with a full ban on motorcycles and all transport on February 11th and 12th. As a result, embassy services will be limited on those dates. The country has been gripped by political violence ahead of the elections following the August 2024 toppling of Sheikh Hasina's government with the ban on Hasina's party, Awami League. Authorities are expecting violence to erupt around the poll dates. Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi. He's a veteran and also a professor of international relations and strategic studies. Joins us live from New Delhi.
Thank you, Suma. Thank you.
Thank you for joining. Now looking at this, what are we to make of current situation in Bangladesh? Do you think that Bangladesh is doing enough to carry out peaceful elections on February 12th?
Well, Suma, it's a very crucial time for Bangladesh. The 12th, elections that are taking place, but the environment are very, very delicate. I would say volatile, because with this new administration under Yunus, first and foremost, the law and order is not very effective. There have been series of violent cases against especially minorities, and the radical elements like Islamist element, Jamaatis are calling the shots. So therefore, it's a very, very, I would say, delicate and sensitive period that Bangladesh is going through. The second point is the fairness of elections. That also is a big question mark, because the major party, Awami League, has been banned from the taking part in the elections, and Jamaatis, which is a congregation or the alliance of 10 parties, are actually being supported tacitly by the current administration. So therefore, it's very difficult time for Bangladesh, and especially, I don't think the law and order enforcement agencies are fully in control because of the kind of violence and the instances that have taken place. But nonetheless, some effort has been made, but I don't think it is enough on the ground. And especially, I have a skepticism that the minorities, which traditionally had supported the Awami League, will be very, very cautious or feel intimidated to openly vote. So on the whole, this is a very, very sensitive situation, very delicate situation, and instances of violence have taken place, and rightly so. Most of the foreign countries, foreign embassies have issued a kind of a warning or a caution that their residents should stay away from the public places or from the places where the gatherings could be attacked, or there can be reasons, or there can be instances of violence. Asuma.
Right. And how do you analyze the current relationship between India and Bangladesh?
Well, first and foremost, the relations between India and Bangladesh have taken a nosedive after Yunus administration has assumed, the power, and there are a couple of reasons for this. First and foremost, Yunus as a person is highly indisposed and hostile toward the Indian government. He has a set agenda to bring the radical elements in place. He has cozied up to Pakistan, and today their relation between Bangladesh and Pakistan army actually are growing day by day. More than dozen delegations from each country have visited each other, and some of the very defining developments. Pakistani naval ship Saif, it docked at Chittagong, and the Pakistanis are going to be training the Bangladesh army. There have been joint exercises between Pakistan and the Bangladesh Defense Forces. And along with that is the China. You know, China has a very deep-rooted presence in Bangladesh. They have taken the economic route. About 38 to 40 billion dollars have been committed to the development of Bangladesh. Almost $7 billion have been actually already utilized. And Bangladesh is only yesterday they have signed a agreement to produce drones. Also, there's a very sensitive airport very close to the Indian border. That is Lalmoni Hat, and that is being developed as a base. So all this goes on to show that as far as India is concerned, the security is become a paramount issue, and it is directly, affecting the India's sovereignty and integrity, because a statement have been made by the official in the higher echelons and also by the people that India's seventh state, which are very geographically vulnerable, because there is a very narrow corridor, Siliguri corridor, of just about 23 kilometers, which connects the North Indian states, that they are vulnerable, and they will make effort to even break their contact with India. So all that which is going on, I think, is of high concerns to India, and India will have to take action both politically and otherwise, because if Bangladesh continues its anti-India approach, is some kind of hostility or belligerency, then I think the action will have to be would be rather hard, and that will have impact on the relationship between the two countries. And my last point is also demographics. The kind of demographic changes that have taken place along the India-Bangladesh border, the kind of inundation, also the illegal immigration that are taking place, all these are highly concerning, and I think India will have to take some very stern steps to ensure that our sovereignty and our integrity is not compromised. Asuma.
Right. And you briefly touched upon this, but how could closer defense engagement between Bangladesh and Pakistan influence the regional security here?
Yes, because the point is that after 71 war, the war which I fought, Bangladesh and Pakistan had no relations as such, and their relations were also almost, you can say, in a very cold freeze state. But the point is, after Union's government has come to power, the whole situation has changed. Now, what is the impact it will have? Because we need to see this whole situation from three dimensions: Bangladesh, then Pakistan and China, because that's a kind of trilateral that is developing. Now there is a direct contact or the connectivity between Bangladesh and Pakistan. The China is deeply interested because of his own interest in Bay of Bengal, his interest in what they call is the BRI, that is the Belt Road Initiative, and also our border with China, especially in the area of Doklam, that is in the Siliguri-Sikkim corridor, is highly contested. So when you put all these things together, the kind of cooperation that is developing between the Bangladesh army, the Pakistan army, the kind of, in fact, the Bangladesh army is mostly equipped by the Chinese equipment, and also the Pakistan army. So this also ensures interoperability between the defense forces of Pakistan and China and Bangladesh. And lately, Bangladesh has taken some very concrete steps to step up its defense capability. They are raising a commando brigade or special forces brigade. They are also, buying major equipment. Now, JF-17 is one of the major equipment that is going to be bought from Pakistan, which is a joint venture between Pakistan and Bangladesh. And as I already said, the drone manufacturing facility, the agreement has been signed only yesterday. So all I can say is that this trilateral, the kind of bonhomie, kind of coziness that is going on between the Bangladesh and Pakistan army, overseen by China, is very, very sensitive as far as India is concerned. Asuma.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi for joining us and sharing that insight. Now we move to focus on to China. China is set to lift travel restrictions on a group of British lawmakers. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has confirmed the move during his ongoing visit to China, the first by a British leader in 8 years. Prime Minister Starmer said he raised the issue directly with President Xi Jinping, who told him the restrictions no longer apply. All British parliamentarians will now be free to travel to China. The sanctions date back to 2021, when Beijing targeted 9 British figures over criticism of alleged human rights abuses in Xinjiang province of China. On Uyghur people, Prime Minister Starmer has stressed engagement allows difficult issues to be raised, but London says it will not lift its own sanctions on Chinese officials in return. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I am Ellie Richardson and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness. In Europe, the EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region can't afford another war. The US president has declared a national emergency and warned of tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating trade tensions. Thailand's reformist politician Natharopayong emerges as front-runner in polls ahead of the February vote, signalling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. After meeting with potential candidate Kevin Warsh, US President Trump confirmed he will reveal his pick for Fed chair tomorrow amid calls for a rate cut. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China wants to take appropriate measures. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver and equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of discrediting Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. And for your top story this hour, a US missile destroyer docked at Israel's southern Red Sea port city of Eilat. Israel's military say the arrival was pre-planned and part of ongoing cooperation between the Israeli and US armed forces. The docking comes as Washington moves more military assets into the Middle East, boosting both firepower and defensive capabilities. US officials say the build-up gives President Donald Trump added military options, including potential action against Iran, amid growing regional tensions. While American warships frequently operated in the Red Sea, their arrival at Israel's Eilat port is considered rare. We are now being joined by Nilüfer Ara, who is an Iranian woman and human rights activist in Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us here on NewsX World today. What message does the arrival of the US warship send about American support for Israel and the deterrence against Iran, and how might Tehran interpret it?
First of all, hi. Second of all, the message is that US is gonna stay with Israel. The first and the last message is this to Iran and to Tehran. And this is just a strategic point of view of mine, but this was pre-planned and they were going to do this, and they already said it that we are going to do this. So this is not a threat or something else like that. But, Iran or Tehran or the politicians of Iran, they might take this as a threat because they had already threatened the United States of America and Israel and some other countries that they are ready to throw at least 1,000 drones. And they have bragged about their military capabilities. So I think this is an answer to them, and this says that U.S. is going to always stay with Israel and the people of Iran, and they are ready for the war. But I don't think that this war is going to happen. Also, you should know that the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf is a really important geographic, important geographic point of the Middle East. So they sent their military over there to protect everyone, and that's it.
Do you think an increased US naval presence in the Red Sea will it help prevent escalation, or do you think it risks provoking military response from Iran?
I think it will help them not attack. Honestly, because my father is from RIB and they are connected with IRGC, I know these guys, I know their mentality, I know their point of views. So they needed to be threatened. This is their only way, and Trump has the right to do this, actually.
And how should regional players and global powers balance military readiness with diplomatic efforts to avoid a wider conflict in the Middle East?
I mean, this was just a revolution, and then it was like headed to a war, like an inside war in the country, in our country. And then when the people of Iran asked Trump or asked Netanyahu to attack them, all of a sudden it turned to a global issue. So for right now, for this kind of crisis, I really don't know who should interfere or anything like this. But I just know one thing, that President Trump or Mr. Netanyahu is gonna do something and is gonna benefit everyone.
And do you think should Israel balance regular joint operations with the US against the need to provoke neighboring countries?
I feel like sometimes yes, especially for Iran, because they keep threatening that they have nuclear weapons. And this is not just a threat to USA or Israel. This is a threat to all of us, to all of the humanity. Because as far as I know, the people in IRGC, if they get angry over something little, they might throw these nuclear bombs around the world, and they might attack humanity. So these kind of things are needed to be done in order of the safety of the people of the world, not only the Israeli people or like the United States people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you, Niloufer. Don't go too far, as we will come back to you in just a moment. The Syrian government and the Kurdish-led group, the Syrian Democratic Forces, have said that they have agreed to a comprehensive ceasefire and have phased integration of military and administrative bodies into the Syrian state under a broad deal. Under the agreement, forces that have amassed on front lines in the country's north would pull back, and Interior Ministry security forces will deploy to the centres of the cities of Hasaka and Kamashli in the northeast. Both are currently held by the SDF, and the local security forces will be merged. This comes after the Syrian government forces under President Ahmad al-Shara captured swaths of northern and eastern Syria from the SDF and forcing the Kurdish forces to retreat into a shrinking enclave. We are now being joined again by Niloufer. Thank you so much for joining back with us. What does the possible change in date or location of the next US mediated talks say about the state? What does this ceasefire of the SDF integration mean for Syria's future and unity?
Okay, first of all, let's see something here. The Kurdish people near the Syria and Turkey were always trying to have their own land and own country, right? Especially one of the terrorist parts named PKK. They were all against Turkey, and they were all against Iraq or like against Syria all the time, and they were like saying that we want our own land, which I think they are wrong. This is their land. They are part of Turkey or part of anywhere that they are from. But at this point, this is just a waste dream, because this is not going to happen anymore, and this will benefit everyone. This will benefit United States, Turkey, Iraq, everyone. So as far as I see this matter, as a matter of fact, this was the right thing to be done, because they need to be controlled by some people, and this is a better way for United States to control them from attacking anyone else or from attacking any country or anyone else.
And can bringing the Kurdish-led forces into the government really end years of fighting, or could tensions continue?
I mean, like this kind of fightings, I think it will continue for years, because they're not going to stop for what they think, because they think that they owe a land, which this is like, I mean, if I want to say really the truth, we have a lot of regimes, we have a lot of people. For example, I am Fars. In Iran, we have different people like Fars, Turk, Baluch, Lor. They don't come and say, we want our own land, because Iran is their land. Iran is my land, and it doesn't matter that where are we from? We are all Iranians. But they don't think like that. They don't think that, okay, they are Turkish too. The first thing that it comes to their mind is that no, we are Kurdish, we want our own land. So I think these fights will keep continued.
And what challenges remain in ensuring the ceasefire holds and that Kurdish civil and educational rights are protected as part of this deal?
Actually, I don't know about this, so I'm not going to have any comments upon this, because if I give you anything further, it will be a wrong information or a wrong opinion.
Okay, no worries. And do you think long term that this is something that will benefit everyone? Do you think it is going to be a long-term solution, or do you think this is a short-term situation?
This is a short-term situation. The long-term is that I mean, like, maybe they should start to negotiate with them again and try to make them understand some humanity things. But if they don't understand, then they should do something else.
Thank you so much for joining us here on NewsX World today. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-mediated peace talks with Russia may be delayed or moved. The meeting had been planned for 1st of February in Abu Dhabi, but Zelensky says the timing is now uncertain. Meanwhile, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Washington's top envoys will not attend the next round. Zelensky also said that negotiators have failed to reach a compromise on control of Ukraine's Donetsk region. He adds Ukraine will stop striking Russian energy targets if Moscow does the same. And Zelensky added Russia has halted prisoner of war exchanges with no swaps since October. We are now being joined by Glenn Grant, who is an ex-advisor to Defence Minister of Ukraine and geopolitical commentator. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World.
Thank you.
What does the possible change of date and location of the next US-mediated talks say about the state of the Ukraine and Russia diplomacy?
Well, basically, it says that nothing is happening, but we knew this. The pressure for compromise for Ukraine is all coming from US because Donald Trump, obviously, he wants a distraction from Epstein, and he wants a victory to say he's solved another war. But he's not putting any pressure on Russia at all. And Ukraine is willing to compromise a long way, but it's not willing to give up land. And so with both sides, with Russia demanding that land and Ukraine not willing to give it up, there's absolutely no chance of any progress forward without, but just fighting to win the war on one side.
And how important is the US mediation in keeping the Ukraine-Russia talks alive, and can it succeed if either side is unwilling to compromise?
Oh, the answer to that is they're not keeping it alive. They're keeping it alive for America. They're keeping it alive for Donald Trump. And they're trying hard to persuade Ukraine to compromise. But then the US is not doing anything because, they're saying, unless you compromise, we won't give you security. Well, no leader in the world is going to accept that, especially from someone like Donald Trump, who's actually shown himself to be untrustworthy in his support of Ukraine. So we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to go anywhere fast, I think, is the answer to that. But America, I suspect, under Rubio, will keep trying, and they'll keep trying and keep putting things into the air that kites that will not fly, I think, is the best description. Unless America gives substantial guarantees of support, i.e. joining NATO, don't expect much to happen in the near future.
How are disagreements over territory stopping progress in the peace talks?
Well, I mean, they are the complete block on progress. Zelensky cannot give up the land. It's quite clear that if he does that, there will be another Maidan, another upsurge of national unrest, and he will be removed and someone else will be put in. And he can't afford that because he'll end up in prison, and he knows that. So he's got to stay stubborn and just say, we're not going to give up anything. And the country doesn't want to give up anything. On the other side, Putin has staked his claim for this. And if he suddenly compromises and he can't find a way to compromise, then he's going to be seen as being weak. But let's be clear about it. Putin does not want to compromise. Putin wants this, and he wants to keep going. He said so. He wants more of Europe. He wants the old Soviet Union back. And frankly, he thinks he's winning. And when you look at some of the political things that are happening, you can see he has some feelings of justification. I mean, he's got Donald Trump in his pocket. He's got the Hungarian boss in his pocket, and quite a lot of other politicians, and a lot of weak European politicians as well.
Could stalled prisoner exchanges and lack of trust on humanitarian issues reflect deeper challenges that go beyond battlefield negotiations and complicate any peace deal?
I don't think that the prisoner exchanges are even part of the peace deal. I mean, they're a sideshow, and they're a sideshow because they're useful for both sides. Russia needs all the skilled people that it can get, and anybody who's been on the Ukraine side or who's fought first is going to be useful, because the turnover of Russian soldiers is so high that any soldier coming back who's got a modicum of skill is likely to be, promoted fairly quickly and put back into the line. For Ukrainians, it's a human rights matter. The Ukrainians want their people back. They want their bodies back, and they're going to keep pushing to try and get Russia to release them. I mean, Russia doesn't want to keep them because it costs them money and energy and time to keep prisoners. So it's far easier to get rid of them. But I don't see that these things are going to affect the peace deal at all. And you mentioned trust. There is no trust. Let's be quite clear. The Ukrainians cannot trust Russians who are both torturing, even castrating prisoners before they send them back. And if you're torturing and starving prisoners, then you can't trust a country like that in any way, shape or form.
What signals does the timing of these renewed attacks on Ukraine, on trains and on energy power grids, what message does that send to the international mediators and potential supporters of this peace deal about the next round of discussions?
I don't think there's any thought in the Russian minds about negotiations and peace deals and anything else at all when they're doing this, because Russia doesn't care. You have to understand, Russia has no desire to care about what anybody else is doing, except they want it to stop. That's all. They want support to stop. So what they're doing is focused completely and utterly on Ukraine. It's showing Ukraine that they are vulnerable. It's showing Ukrainians that Russia is going to win. It's showing Ukrainians that Russia has got better technology. And the better technology is the main thing. They are identifying different and better ways of attacking Ukraine in depth, of attacking civilians, and they're doing so. So that's the main focus for the Russians, is killing Ukrainians, as many as possible, as quickly as possible, to force them to surrender. That's not a timing thing per se. It's about when new technology becomes available to them, they use it as quickly as possible to put the pressure on Ukraine.
And how far away do you think we are from any start to a peace deal?
Oh, we're not. There's not going to be a peace deal. You have to understand this. This is an existential war, and therefore a national war. It's a fight to the death. There's no peace deal coming. It's not going to happen. Ukraine is going to keep fighting. Russia is going to keep fighting until one side collapses. Russia economically, possibly. Ukraine possibly just running out of manpower. But I don't think either side it's going to happen for a long time yet. So I think we may be 2, 3, even 4 years away still from a collapse on one side. Having said that, Russia could collapse tomorrow because that's the way Russia is.
Thank you so much, Glenn Grant, for joining us here on NewsX World. Taiwan has completed the first underwater sea trial of its first domestically built submarine. The vessel, named Narwhal, carried out a shallow water submerged test off the southern port of Kushan. The trial marks a major step in Taiwan's push to strengthen deterrence against China's navy and protect key sea lanes in any conflict. The submarine is part of an indigenous program aimed at building up to 8 vessels, despite delays and political pressure from Beijing. The project has drawn on technology and expertise from the United States and Britain. The submarine will use a US-made combat system and carry Mark 48 heavyweight torpedoes. Taiwan says it hopes to deploy at least 2 of the new submarines by 2027 as it modernizes its forces for asymmetric warfare against a far larger Chinese military. The Pentagon is at odds with artificial intelligence developer Anthropic over safeguards that would prevent the government from deploying its technology to target weapons autonomously and conduct US domestic surveillance. Anthropic has stated that its AI is extensively used for the national security missions by the US government and that they are in productive discussions with the Department of War about ways to continue that work. The San Francisco-based startup is preparing for an eventful public offering as it also has spent significant resources courting US national security businesses and sought an active role in shaping government AI policy. However, Anthropic is one of the few major AI developers that were awarded contracts by the Pentagon last year. Others were Alphabet's Google, Elon Musk's XAI, and OpenAI. That's all we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will.
Hello and welcome. I'm Srima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. The U.S. Special Envoy Tom Barak has hailed a new agreement between the Syrian government and the Syrian Democratic Forces as a historic milestone. The deal was also welcomed by French President Emmanuel Macron and Kurdistan's region President Nechirvan Barzani and is being framed as a step towards unified Syria. According to a statement from the Syrian presidency, UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara held a phone call with each other to discuss strengthening bilateral cooperation, regional developments, and potential UAE support for Syria's reconstruction and investment. US President Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness in Europe. The EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region cannot afford another war. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway in Panama, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. Trump continues trade war with Canada, with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircrafts and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. Uganda's Army Chief Muhoozi Kainerugaba has apologized to the United States after accusing the U.S. Embassy in Kampala of helping opposition leader Bobi Wine evade the arrest. The incident comes as tensions rise after President Yoweri Museveni won a seventh term with recent raid on opposition leader Wine's home, while Wine remains in hiding. According to a government statement, Burkina Faso's military government has dissolved all political parties, phasing out more than 100 groups. Authorities said party assets will be transferred to the state and a draw law sent to the transitional legislature, framing the move as necessary for national unity. Now for this hour, we start with UK and China. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said engagement with China is already paying off. Speaking in Shanghai, Prime Minister Starmer told Chinese and British business leaders the atmosphere has changed and new opportunities are opening up. He has said engaging with China is key to restoring Britain's role as an open, outward-looking trading nation on the global stage. Asked about criticism from US President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Starmer said it would be foolhardy not to engage with Beijing. China has pushed back strongly against U.S. warnings. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Goh Jia-kun said Beijing is already to deepen cooperation with Britain and other countries based on mutual benefit and win-win results. Let's listen in to what the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has shared.
This evening, this is a historic visit to China, the first by a British Prime Minister in 8 years. And we've come very much in the spirit of engagement, of resetting, and setting out a consistent, long-term, comprehensive and strategic partnership. And yesterday in Beijing, we had really productive bilateral meetings, including with President Xi, and we were able to open up opportunities for both of our countries and resolve issues between us. And already I think the atmosphere has changed. The opportunities are opening up, and that's the great prize of engagement. This is an expression of the United Kingdom as an open, outward trading company, making sure that our place is back on the world stage with the necessary relations that we need.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Keith Vaz. He's a former British minister, joins us live from London. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaz, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, how significant is that there's so many bilateral and warming of relationship has happened regardless of U.S.'s warnings?
Well, I think that there's a little bit of exaggeration here. Of course, it's a very, very important visit because no British Prime Minister has visited for 8 years, and we've had quite a few since that. I suppose what Keir Starmer means, it's historic because it's the first time a Labour Prime Minister has visited in over 20 years. So from that point of view, it's a very important visit, and it's one that he has been planning very carefully. So good luck to him in terms of the fact that he wants to spin it as a historic visit, and one that will make a big difference between our relations. I think there's really nowhere for him to go except to China. In this sense, he can't keep popping off to America because all that happens is he gets criticized by President Trump and Vice President Vance and other people who say that Britain has gone to the dogs and therefore, they have to find the time to do deals with the Americans. So what this proves is that the British Prime Minister can go to a country like China, and there can be some good deals made in respect to these matters. And there is no question also that something good has come of it. They've signed a number of agreements. Before he came to Beijing, they had approved the new Chinese embassy in London, near London Bridge. So the Chinese must have been very pleased with that. It's going to be the largest embassy of any country in the world based in London. So they're very pleased with that. There's more students coming to Britain from China than there are from any other country in the world, including India. So for all those reasons, the tightening up of relations has been very warmly welcomed by both sides.
Right. Yes, about the embassy thing, it seems like, British government or Keir Starmer in particular has decided to put a lot of things under the rug for now, including the Uyghur Xinjiang province thing. So what is the significance of this China lifting also travel restrictions on British lawmakers and all the things I've lined up now?
Oops. Sorry.
Yes.
Well, I think that there have been compromises. There's no question of that. Various compromises have taken place, and that's what, unfortunately, you have to do. In opposition, Labour was quite critical of the human rights record of the Chinese regime about the situation in Tibet and the fact that certain people have been treated in a particular way. This did not come out in the discussions because Britain needs China probably more than China needs Britain. And now that Mark Carney has gone there, the Prime Minister of Canada, and had such a successful visit, I think that they've decided that they're all going to go there and visit him. And Xi Jinping is going to be feted by all the G7, G8 leaders, other than the President of the United States. So I think it's in everyone's interest to talk up this particular activity and the fact that this visit has taken place.
Right. And, you know, as travel restrictions on British lawmakers have been lifted, but why has the UK said it will not lift its own sanctions on Chinese officials?
Well, that is a question you need to put to him. It's a very valid question and an important one. And I think China will be expecting that should be addressed very quickly.
Right. And last but not least, how do you think US will, or President Trump will say now that, you know, UK has decided to warm up its relations with China, and regardless of US's warnings?
Well, I think that he has to say that, President Trump, because he has caused this warmth of relationship between the two countries, and the warmth of relationship between Russia and the EU as well. They would prefer, I think, under all circumstances, for there to be no relationship with China. But you can't do that because this is now the only game in town. So this has to happen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaz, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us. Now, looking at Africa, South Africa has expelled Israel's top diplomat, Ariel Seidman, accusing him of violating diplomatic norms and making insulting remarks against South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. Seidman, Israel's charge d'affaires, was declared persona non grata and given 72 hours to leave the country. He's accused of using official social media platforms to attack the president and of inviting Israeli officials to South Africa without prior approval. This diplomatic move comes amid strained relations between the two countries, particularly after South Africa accused Israel of a genocide against Palestinians in the International Court of Justice, a charge Israel has denied. Seidman has been appointed last year, also serves as the charge d'affaires for several neighboring countries. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Keith Vaz. He's joining us live from London. Now, where does this lead us about the relationship between South Africa and Israel?
Well, I'm surprised the Israeli ambassador was still in South Africa anyway, because as you know, South Africa was leading the charge at the International Court of Human Rights to get Mr. Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, to The Hague and to begin a prosecution of him. This never happened. And I thought that would be curtains for South Africa. I was surprised there was still an ambassador there. I think that the fact that he's criticised the head of state is enough to get him rebuked, and that is exactly what's happened. Obviously, President Ramaphosa has felt this shouldn't have been an insult, therefore there's no reason why he should be there. So he's been asked to leave. I'm not sure what kind of volume of work the embassy in South Africa did, but the fact is, whatever it did, it can probably now hand to another country who will have to take on the consular services, because there's not much else that can be done now.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Vaz. Please stay with us as we have a breaking news coming in regarding this. Now, in a tit-for-tat move, Israel has expelled South Africa's charge d'affaires in response to the expulsion of its own senior diplomat by Pretoria. Israel's foreign ministry has called South Africa's actions false attacks and a unilateral, baseless step, declaring South Africa's senior diplomatic representative, Minister Shaun Edward Bijneveld, persona non grata. Bijneveld has been given 72 hours to leave Israel. Now we welcome back Mr. Vaz. He's joining us live from London. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaz, for staying with us. Now Israel has done the same. What can you say?
Well, I'm not surprised, Asuma. This is exactly what happens if you send the ambassador out of the country. Then the next thing is that your ambassador gets sent out of the country. And that's exactly what's happened here. It'll take some while to get relations between the two countries back to normal. And it means all their diplomatic efforts need to be handled by another country. In the meantime, they both made their point. I would imagine South Africa's point will be made in a much louder way. It has more allies in the world than has Israel. But that's what happens when you decide to remove the...
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaz, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Middle East, according to Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, Turkey is closely reviewing an integration agreement between the Syrian government and Kurdish-led forces. Speaking at a press conference in Istanbul, Fidan has emphasized that genuine integration is in Syria's interest and both parties are already aware of its conditions. This comes amid ongoing efforts to stabilize the region. Let's listen into what Hakan Fidan has shared.
24 Ocak'ta uzatılmış bulunan bir çatışmasızlık süreci yaşanmakta. Bugün de entegrasyon konusunda bir mutabakata varıldığını duyduk. Gece itibariyle bize mesajlar gelmişti. Bu mutabakatı tabii ki yakından inceliyoruz. Gerçek bir entegrasyon Suriye'nin yararınadır.
Additionally, French President Emmanuel Macron has expressed support for the implementation of the ceasefire agreement in Syria, congratulating both Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, not Bashar al-Assad, but Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa and General Abdi on the development. Now for this, we welcome back Mr. Keith Vaz. He's a former British minister, joins us live from Dubai. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaz, for staying with us. Now, Turkey has welcomed or is closely reviewing this integration agreement between Syria and Kurdish-led forces. Is it doing so because it benefits them Yes, it benefits them.
Well, I think it does do it because everyone wants peace in the region. And don't worry about the fact that you've just organized a media coup and replaced the president of Syria with someone else. You quickly put him back in his place, because that's been the problem with Syria. It's had so much changes in leadership. Nobody actually knows precisely who's in charge. At the moment, as you said, those who are running Syria need to have a ceasefire, and they need some kind of proper control over their country. And that is what's been welcomed by the Turkish government and by Emmanuel Macron, because France has a particular interest in that part of the region. So I think this is a good thing. We should support the ceasefire and make sure that it holds and that it is successful, because there's nothing worse than it slipping back into a civil war. That would be in nobody's interests. And that's why it's important that it should be supported by all concerned. And hopefully this will get the country back on track.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Keith Vaz for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news from Dubai. Thank you very much. Now we move on to next news. The United Nations has reported that at least 170 civilians were killed in over 400 military airstrikes in Myanmar during its 2-month election period. The airstrikes, which took place between December 2025 and January of this year, occurred amid a widely criticized vote under military rule. The UN highlighted that the actual death toll could be higher due to communication blackouts and fear among witnesses. The election, held under military control, excluded opposition candidates and left many conflict zones, particularly areas with displaced groups and Rohingya minorities, without voting access. The brutal airstrikes have deepened the humanitarian crisis in Myanmar, raising alarms about the country's continued descent into violence under junta rule. Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Colonel Sanjit Sirohi. He's an international affairs, international relations and defense expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Colonel, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, how is Myanmar trying to, legitimize their government? And what are we to make of these reports that's coming in about lots of civilians being killed during this?
Tuma, good evening. Thank you very much for having me on your channel. Now, we have to understand that after coup, 5 years later, they are holding elections. And these elections are fast. Why I call it fast? Because there was no democratic process was followed. There have been airstrikes going on. And as you mentioned, there were more than 400 airstrikes. And the maximum numbers of civilians which were killed was in 2025. So it was just a rebranding an army rule in the name of civil government, but actually it is the government run by civilians but controlled by military personnel. So I don't think there is any change in the pattern, and there is no change. It is only the rebranding has been done of army rule to a civilian rule. And this violence has gone unabated, and there is no human rights have been totally violated. And out of 330 townships, only 263 went for voting, and in that too, most of the citizens either were not allowed to vote or they were forcefully asked to vote in favor of the candidates who were pro-government. Asuma.
And even though, they, regardless of all this, they have gone ahead with elections. So what now? How are governments, other countries, of course, in other countries supposed to handle or execute their relationship with this current government?
So I think there will be no change in the relationship between Myanmar and other countries, because they may have held the elections, they may have gone through proper electoral process, but each and every country knows what type of process has been followed. And in spite of people being threatened, in spite of being feared, there were about more than 324 men and about 80 women who were detained, and they were detained for stupid reasons like online activity and other things. So I think everyone knows about it. Even when the UN here is talking about that these elections were totally false and there were human rights violations even during elections. So I don't think there will be much difference in the diplomatic relations of other countries with Myanmar. Maybe one or two countries who are supporting this military junta in Myanmar, they may accept it. Otherwise, I don't think any other country is going to accept this election as fair and democratically elected government. Asuma.
Right, even if they don't accept it as fair, they will have to somehow engage, right? So how will other countries or governments balance that?
No, like there are two ways of doing it. First is that you have the relations with Myanmar and make sure there is some stability there. There is some semblance of stability in that region, because if you see in the Southeast Asian countries, this Myanmar plays very important role, and so all other countries, members of the ASEAN, they also want that there should be stability in Myanmar, because unstable neighbor is of no use to any country. So I think they will maintain some sort of semblance as a diplomatic relations, but not much will be achieved by Myanmar by these elections. Asuma.
Right. And what will be the effect, immediate effect of this current government taking over like this and legitimizing their election results?
No, they have already legitimized it. They have covered this elections in 3 phases. The last phase has just finished on Sunday. So they will legitimize it. They will appoint the president or the prime minister and the cabinet meeting. Other things will be there. But all those people will be totally controlled by the military junta. And this are like in any other country, like in Pakistan, everything is controlled by military. In Bangladesh, so far, they are saying that there is interim government, but once the elections are over, once the result comes out, then we will see. So similarly, military junta will be the actual people who will be conducting all this thing, will be controlling the departments. But yes, the face will be of the civilian government, and that will be shown to the international community that yes, we had elections. and now we have a civilian government. But that everybody knows that the civilian government which has won the election, they were all pro-military junta.
With that, I would like to thank retired Colonel Sanjay Sirohi for joining us. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Africa. Paramilitary fighters have kidnapped children during their takeover of the Sudanese city of Al Fashir in October 2025 and in other attacks in the Darfur region over the course of Sudan's civil war, and in some cases killing their parents first. According to reports, the RSF is saying the families that the children would be used as slaves to herd animals. The RSF has been locked in war with Sudan's army since April 2023 over which side will run a country endowed with rich mineral reserves, plentiful arable land and Red Sea ports. Meanwhile, some Sudanese have responded. Let's listen into what they have shared.
يالده واحد عمره 10 سنة، واحد 11، واحد 12، واحد 13 سنة، 4 دول. وهي النادم ده الجنسه الدعم الصريح بعرباته، سحر بعربات ببحم الناس. وايدين عيال ده سايقون نزله ببحم الناس، هو راكب عربية، العيال ده من قدام سايقون بالباحم. ليه خسه حتى الآن؟ ما شفت عيال ده وجوه ودد وين ما يرفت، لكن اتأكدت يعني ده سايقين. ساقوا وفات من طويلة إلى مزمزم. زمزم مشينا من زمزم مشينا بطريق كولغي، مشينا في كولغي يتعدوا الدعامة، جونا عربية واثنين مواتر واثنين جمارة. عندنا غنم بعض الغنم ساقوهم لنا في أطفال اثنين.
Now we move on to our next news. My colleague and correspondent Aditya Varawan has spoken to the Palestinian Foreign Affairs Minister Varsenaga Bekian as plans for Gaza reconstruction finalized. Let's take a look.
Palestinian Foreign Minister exclusively speaking to NewsX. Ma'am, thank you so much for talking to NewsX. Ma'am, my first question to you is, ma'am, what do you think, what could be, in what areas can India, play a role as far as the reconstruction of Gaza is concerned post this truce happens between Israel and Palestine? Your comments upon it, ma'am.
A lot that can India do. Israel is in need of everything you can think of, from immediate rehabilitation measures, immediate relief measures, to reconstruction. And in between, there's also a lot that can be done. We can have input in terms of the actual physical reconstruction of the buildings, the basic service institutions, or we can have issues related to providing artificial limbs to the thousands of Palestinians that have lost their limbs, the demining in Gaza, the removal of the rubble, you name it, there's a lot that can be done in Gaza.
Ma'am, if I would like to ask you, ma'am, since countries like UK, Canada, France, and Australia are on the verge of recognizing Palestine, do you think that this would, help with the Palestinian cause? And what do you think about this entire situation, ma'am?
They have already recognized. Canada, Australia have recognized. Britain has recognized. So what we want from all those that have recognized to commit to what international law says, to the rights of people to self-determination, moving us from where we are today to materializing the state on the ground.
Okay. Ma'am, if I may ask you, what are the nations which are the nations that have come forward, that have, decide that they have said that they will contribute to the reconstruction of Gaza? If you can name some, some of the nations who are proactively saying this, that we will, rebuild Gaza. If you can name some nations regarding that, ma'am.
There are many countries in Europe that have already voiced their intention to chip in, Arab countries, countries in Asia. The most important thing is to look at the plan and see where the interest of each country lies and where their niche is. If, for example, India is good in a certain aspect, then India should chip in towards that. so that we don't have duplication and we have all countries do whatever is of interest to them and whatever most benefits Gaza.
Ma'am, my next question to you is, ma'am, how do you view the constituents of the Board of Peace, which is meant for reconstruction of Gaza, as U.S. President Donald Trump has formed it? How do you see that Board of Peace? Many countries are joining that Board of Peace, which has been formed by U.S. President Donald Trump. How do you view that, the entire scenario?
First of all, the Board of Peace has to give us what is most priority for us right now, which is the cessation of the hostilities, the cessation of the war and the attacks on Gaza, and to have a permanent ceasefire. That is number one priority right now. The Board of Peace composition is yet, it remains to be seen because, as you said, some countries have joined, some countries are challenging the mandate of the board, and until all of this is aired out, we will have to wait and see who joins and what would be the final mandate of this board as accepted by whoever joined the board.
Ma'am, do you think that even like after the entire peace process has been completed and there is a full truce between Israel and Palestine, do you think that Hamas and Hezbollah will also prefer buying peace post that? Because the bone of contention has been that Israel has been saying that recently only we saw that Hamas handed over the last Israeli hostages. So do you think that the situation will prevail normally even after the full truce has been completed between Israel and Hamas?
Well, the peace agreement that was signed was approved by the entities and the stakeholders, and there are guarantors for that peace agreement. And the agreement has to move on with all of its items as stipulated in the agreement, which means compliance by all parties, Israel included. So we hope to see that everyone takes the interest of the region, their own countries, their own projects. For us as Palestinians, the Palestinian National Project as the most important to preserve and move on accordingly.
Like my next question to you is, ma'am, what is your forward strategy? Are you like as far as the UN General Assembly is concerned, there have been many instances where the Palestinian leaders have been voicing raising their voice at the UN headquarters, for the recognition. So what is your forward forward strategy as far as making this issue of Palestine international on a global level? Already it is a considerable issue at the global level, but what is your strategy if we talk about your plan of action at the UN General Assembly, ma'am?
Well, our plan of action entails whatever we can do to steadfast our people in Palestine, ensuring there is no displacement of Palestinians, neither from the Gaza Strip or the West Bank, because we want Palestinians to steadfast in their country, to build their country, to struggle for the independence of their country. So we will continue advocating for that. We will continue advocating on the recognition front because there are still countries that have not recognized. And we will continue saying that whoever is for international law and says they are democratic and comply with international law and believe in the rights of people to self-determination, they should come forward and recognize the state of Palestine.
My next question to you is, how do you see India-Palestine ties, to move forward in the times to come? Already we know the diplomatic relations between India and Palestine have been excellent. So in the way forward, in the next few years, how do you see the diplomatic relations between India and Palestine panning out, ma'am?
I hope the positive and the productive relation that has prevailed for decades will continue. This entails India continuing to support what it has supported for long, the two states and the independence of the state of Palestine, and it will continue with its development and humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people.
Thank you so much for talking to NewsX. So this was our Palestinian Foreign Minister exclusively in conversation with NewsX. This is Aditya Vadhavan reporting for NewsX with video journalist Avinash, Delhi.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing on topics from across the world. Global alliances are under strain as great power competition intensifies. Questions over US alliance credibility, strategic contestation in the Arctic, and the brutal realities of modern urban warfare are reshaping defense thinking worldwide. From the Gaza conflict to the rise of artificial intelligence in military operations and Australia's Strategic Balancing Act in the Indo-Pacific, the security landscape is rapidly evolving. To discuss these issues and more, we are joined by Dr. Peter Layton, Associate Fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, a former RAF officer and strategist. Dr. Layton has written extensively on grand strategy, air power and future warfare. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to, of course, have you on the programme. Let's get straight into this. Dr. Layton, you've highlighted Australia's emerging dilemma regarding the US administration's threats towards Greenland. How do you assess the potential impact on the trustworthiness of the US as an ally for countries like Australia?
I think for countries like Australia that we have to reconsider and rethink our US alliance. Now, in a way, this is sort of going back to the past. When Australia was subject to the American Guam Doctrine, which was, if you like, between the end of the Vietnam War in the middle 1970s until the end of the Cold War around 1990, in that period there, the understanding was that America would help Australia in a war only if it was in America's interests. In other words, America wouldn't, if you like, help Australia in Australia's interests. It had to be strongly in America's interests. And I think that is sort of where we are now. And secondly, under the Guam Doctrine, what it meant was Australia had to provide the combat forces, but America would agree to sell us the arms. So it was very much a hand alliance at arm's length, if you like. We were sort of friends, but not sort of alliance in that sort of NATO sense. And I think thirdly, after the Cold War, our alliance was seen by the Americans as a global alliance. So Australia and other nations would go help the Americans in the Middle East and Afghanistan, not just in our own region. So I think now what will happen will be these alliances will be very much regional. They will no longer be a global alliance, if you like, where sort of nations go out of their region and help the Americans, but they'll be very much targeted and fairly narrow.
And regarding the US interest in Greenland, what strategic implications do you see for global security, particularly in the Arctic region, if such territorial ambitions were to escalate?
So I think, to be honest, the Arctic has been somewhat oversold, and President Trump has been keen to say that he feels a psychological need to acquire Greenland, and if you like, have a definite place in history books, in the history of the United States. If we look at the strategic rationale here, while they talk about the Arctic becoming ice-free, that doesn't mean that there's no ice there, just that ships can then navigate around certain portions of it. And if you like, going from Asia through the Bering Straits along the northern part of Russia into Europe seems plausible for, say, Chinese and Southeast Asian shipping as a shipping route to Europe. But if you look at Greenland, on the northern part of Greenland, between Greenland and the North Pole, is the largest pack of ice, and this is not expected to be ice-free, to melt until right at the end of this century. So I think this shipping route stuff is being oversold, if you like. And the second thing is the famous Golden Dome. The Golden Dome is a very mysterious program, but we shouldn't sort of apply too much sort of technology to it. If we look at the recent war in October 2024, the Iranians fired about 200 ballistic missiles against Israel. and about a quarter, that is about 50 of them, hit. Now, if we think of Golden Dome as being some anti-ballistic missile shield that will shield the United States from approaching Russian rockets, if it achieved the same success, which is actually very good from a military point of view, you would still have, probably the Russians would fire about 600 missiles. You would have 150, say, impact the United States with warheads 100 times that of the Hiroshima nuclear attack. 150 US cities would be completely destroyed. So Golden Dome is not, if you like, a defensive shield in that sense. It's more of an industrial package to help American industry compete. So that's where I think we've got a bit mixed up here. There's a number of American ideas and the President's policies, but actually it's just a fairly simple expansion of the territory, if you like.
And turning to the ongoing situation in Gaza, based on your commentary on Israel's military objectives, how effective do you believe the current strategies have been in achieving goals like destroying Hamas tunnels or demilitarizing Hamas while minimizing civilian casualties?
Yes, there is no doubt that the war has been long, it's been brutal, and it's been very violent. I suppose the acid test of whether a strategy is effective or not is if it works. It took them 2 years from when the Israeli Defence Forces first went into Gaza to reach a ceasefire. So I think the strategies were rather inefficient and rather ineffective. So I don't think anyone will be copying them in the future. The Israeli Defence Forces used to be known for having decisive victories, if you like, have a short war and then win. But 2 years or so, and of course it is now 2.5 years since the first attacks, they really haven't achieved very much. Bearing in mind that Hamas is a fairly small and ill-equipped organisation, whereas Israel is very well equipped. It is the superpower of the Middle East. So the Israeli Defence Force has had a bad war in that particular sense. It's been a meat grinder war, as we know. There's about 72,000 Palestinians have been killed and about 500 Israeli soldiers in that 2-year ground offensive. So overall, the Israelis have lost more soldiers in the Gaza war than since the 1973 Yom Kippur War, which was a major war against Egypt. So I think that their strategy has been effective in, if you like, levelling Gaza and simply destroying every building in Gaza. But as far as actually winning the war and beating Hamas in that sense that the Palestinians now want peace, I'm not convinced that it has been terribly effective.
And you've written on the political and military challenges of Israel's Gaza war. What lessons from this conflict could inform future urban warfare scenarios involving non-state actors?
I think one of the important things, I suppose, has been that has been the rise of robots, that is, unmanned systems, whether they're unmanned land systems or they're operating in the tunnels, whether they're drones in the air, AI fighting, sort of all those things like that. I think that Israel has been very effective in that tactical sense of replacing people with robots, even though, as I just said, that hasn't been completely sort of risk-free, and about 500 Israeli soldiers have been killed. But I think it is very much an unmanned systems war, if you like. It's the wave of the future in that robots will become more and more used rather than people, and especially in urban war. But as I said, a lot of the robots and the Israeli tactics have been to destroy buildings, if you like, not to minimise casualties. So it's been a fairly it's been an unusual war, sort of in that sense. They've been able to be quite destructive, whereas if you were fighting an urban conflict in your own country, clearly you couldn't do anything like this. And I think the second thing is that when you start talking about modern warfare, the Israelis have been using artificial intelligence to find targets. That is, drones have been surveilling the landscape, and the artificial intelligence has been filtering through the pictures and finding potential targets that they can hit. Now, those targets have been produced very quickly. The artificial intelligence works at breathtaking speed, and the Israelis monitoring the systems have just given a quick nod and authorised attacks. So there's been little distinction, if you like, between combatants and non-combatants. Again, I think that use of artificial intelligence in command and control systems for finding enemy combatants will certainly be a feature of future urban wars. I might add that the artificial intelligence has its flaws as well. So while it is better than humans in distinguishing between combatants and non-combatants, it is still not perfect. And that brings us on, I suppose, to the third point. Now, the current strategies have certainly helped weaken the laws of war. In that post-Cold War era, Western forces in particular took a great deal of trouble about trying to discriminate between combatants and non-combatants and not kill civilians. In this particular war, the Israelis are taking much less care. So while they are making some distinctions, they're not that concerned if the collateral damage is high. And of course, so the Israeli actions have been weakening the laws of war by simply not being followed, not so much in the letter of the law, but in the spirit of the law. And of course, there's two urban wars happening here. One is the urban war in Gaza, and the second urban war is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And there, once again, the Russians have been quite brutal and quite violent. And they've significantly weakened the laws of war as well. And we can just think back to the bombing of the Mariupol theatre back in 2022. That was clearly marked, had 600 people sheltering, and the Russians deliberately attacked it. So I think that's one of the things that is happening at the present time that is very concerning for all of us, is that weakening of those laws of war.
And as an expert on air power and defence strategy, how do you see the integration of artificial intelligence changing the nature of modern warfare, particularly in the air forces?
I think quite a lot. And when we start thinking about air forces, of course, we all think about fighter aircraft, if you like, fighters and bombers, but crewed aircraft where pilots fly them. And AI is certainly taking away the need for pilots. And it's not just AI, of course, that's just simply the brains of the system. But the digital technology, whether it's computers or sensors or a Wi-Fi, all of those various systems, when they're integrated into a whole, are producing, as I said before, robots, if you like, unmanned systems. And it is the age, or the emerging age, of the robot wars. Now, what does that actually mean on the ground, if you like? And I think that the recent India-Pakistan 4-day war was a good demonstration of it, if you like. It wasn't soldier on soldier. There wasn't direct conflict, if you like, sort of direct soldiers either shooting at each other or lining up one side versus the other. Indeed, no one actually crossed any borders. And for instance, aircraft did not cross borders either. Everybody stayed on their own side of the border, but both sides used long-range missiles, rockets, and drones. So rather than people, they're using robots. Now, if we go back to the last century, to the early days of the last century in World War I, around 1916, there was a big change in warfare. So warfare went from being direct to being indirect. When I mean direct, I mean literally, if you like, those sorts of Roman soldiers with swords and spears on the battlefield, sort of against each other, that sort of Napoleonic warfare of the soldiers lining up one side against the other side. But indirect warfare is over distance, and soldiers are not actually firing at each other, they're firing into a coordinate, if you like, on a map. And indirect warfare has been getting more and more prevalent since the middle of the World War I. And so the robots are now making this, if you like, the normal way of war. And that's what we saw certainly in the India-Pakistan 4-day war, very indirect. Things were happening at long range and involved high-tech robot forces.
And given your background in grand strategy, what advice would you give to countries like Australia in navigating alliances amid rising geopolitical tensions with powers like China?
It's certainly very difficult for middle powers. Great powers, for instance, China and the United States, have a number of big advantages. About the only advantage middle powers have is that geographically speaking, they can be distant to them, if you like. So I think it's the time for middle powers who have limited power in sort of whether it's military power, economic power, diplomatic power, rather than operating as single countries, to in fact band together and work together. Now that's going to be harder said than done, but nonetheless, middle powers around the world, especially over the last 5 or 8 years, have been getting together with a whole lot of strategic partnerships or trade alliances and partnerships. So there's been a lot of work going on whereby middle powers are talking to each other a lot more, and if you like, sharing visions, goals, and sharing that diplomatic economic power. And there's only a very small step from there to say sharing military power and some form of alliances. So I think it's a case of middle powers have to get together and work together. That's sort of one outcome, if you like. But the second is I think that middle powers have to think very carefully here and try and make themselves useful to, if you like, both sides. And if you think of China and the United States, if you like, Australia would need to make itself useful to China and useful to the United States. And you can see that in Australia's case, Australia is important to China for being a reliable supplier of raw materials like iron ore and rare earths, liquid natural gas. And it's an important country to the United States as a big buyer of American arms. For instance, the AUKUS program buying nuclear submarines. So to a certain extent, Australia and other countries indeed as well are trying to, if you like, hedge their bets by being important to both sides. But it's certainly a case that with the geostrategic tensions as they are now, middle powers have a hard road to hoe in the future. It will require a lot of thinking, a lot of thought, and getting our heads together with other middle powers.
Dr. Layton, thank you very much for joining us and sharing your insights here on Focal Length. It's a pleasure to have you. But with that, it's a wrap on this episode. For more international news and updates, stay tuned on NewsX World.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Russia has agreed to a request from US President Donald Trump to halt airstrikes on Kyiv until February 1st, amid sub-zero winter temperatures, with the Kremlin saying President Vladimir Putin accepted the pause to create favorable conditions for talks. The U.S. Special Envoy Tom Barak has hailed a new agreement between the Syrian government and the Syrian Democratic Forces as a historic milestone. The deal was also welcomed by French President Emmanuel Macron and Kurdistan Region President Nechirvan Barzani and is being framed as a step towards a unified Syria. According to a statement from the Syrian presidency, UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara held a phone call to discuss strengthening bilateral cooperation, regional developments, and potential UAE support for Syria's reconstruction and investment. Iran has warned it could designate the armed forces of European Union countries as terrorist organizations after the EU added the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to its terror list. Following U.S. pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway in Panama, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. Uganda's Army Chief Muhoozi Kainerugaba has apologized to the United States after accusing the U.S. Embassy in Kampala of helping opposition leader Bobi Wine evade arrest. The incident comes as tensions rise after President Yoweri Museveni won a seventh term with recent raid on opposition leader Wine's home, while Wine remains in hiding. Now for this hour, we start with Iran. Iran is warning of retaliation after the European Union designated its Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization. Tehran has said it may now label the armed forces of EU member states as terrorists in return. The warning came from senior Iranian security official Ali Larijani, who said countries backing the EU move would face consequences under a resolution of Iran's parliament. While EU foreign ministers approved the listing, calling it a decisive step towards the Guard's violent crackdown on protests. The bloc says the move is largely symbolic but places the IRGC alongside groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Meanwhile, Israel has welcomed the decision. Its ambassador to Berlin says Israel is ready to help European authorities combat the regime's terrorist wing across Europe. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Dan Perry. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, how do you analyze the current situation of Iran and also EU and US?
Look, the designation of the Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group is incredibly significant because they are so implicated in every aspect of the Iranian economy that it basically delegitimizes any dealings by any EU entity with Iran. And it has to do with a general movement of the European Union, along with the rest of the Western world, towards a situation where there is a determination to bring down the regime in Iran. There's no other way to look at it. It reminds me a little bit of what happened in the 1980s with the apartheid regime in South Africa, where it wasn't declared that it had to end, although some people perhaps declared it. But there was an understanding that the game was over. And I think there is an understanding that the game is over with the Islamic theocracy in Iran that is not only oppressing horribly the 90 million people of Iran, but interfering with Arab countries in the region and constituting a danger to world peace. So that's where we are, and that's the significance of that move. The Iranian counter move to declare European entities terrorists is comical, obviously. Okay, fine. So all of Europe is a terrorist. We'll see what that does, and my guess is it does nothing. It's a kind of desperate move that suggests that the Iranians probably understand that the game is over.
And how cornered is Iran? Because Iran is talking with Turkey, talking with Saudi Arabia, which are all, of course, not its traditional allies.
Yeah, so look, it's one thing to want the Iranian regime to fall, and quite another to be able to pay the price for a military move that aims to achieve it. And by the way, it's very difficult to cause the collapse of a regime that is willing to kill unlimited amounts of people. So, I wouldn't take too seriously what the likes of Saudi Arabia say in public. I mean, Arab regimes generally say in public things that they don't say in private. But it's conceivable that they would prefer for military action be forestalled. With Turkey, there's a complication because of the Kurdish issue, where they fear that a breakup of Iran could cause the Iranian Kurds to break away, which might embolden Kurds in Turkey. It's complex for Turkey. And so there are a lot of moving parts here, but I think the big picture is the world is coming around to the idea that after 46 years, the Iranian regime probably needs to enter the dustbin of history. I would note that it's rather interesting that communism in Eastern Europe lasted about 45, 46 years. And I remember very well, in 1989, 1990, when it fell apart, some people were surprised. But when it fell apart quickly and decisively, and I was in Romania a month after, and you could find not one person who would admit that they were ever supporting communism. And my guess is, when the Iranian regime falls apart after a similar time frame, and when we go to Iran, which we finally will be able to do, you will be able to find not one person who will claim they supported the Islamic Republic.
And if this regime falls, is there anybody who we know as a strong opposition leader or somebody significant who can take over?
That's a complex question. The opposition is divided. The opposition is mostly outside the country. The degree of oppression politically that the Islamic Republic has imposed on Iran within the country has stamped out any visible opposition to a great degree. But I think Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah, is an interesting figure because he has no monarchic ambitions. I interviewed him about a year ago. He says credibly, I think, that he wants to be a transition figure en route to a constitutional democracy. Sure, his father was not a democratic figure, but I believe after 45, 50 years abroad, pretty much, that's what he would like to do. And because we're living in a celebrity era where, people need a figure, much as your question implies, the idea that Reza Pahlavi could be that transitional figure, uniting the opposition in an ambition to create some version of democracy in Iran, could be effective. Now, I don't expect him to arrive in Iran tomorrow because that would be dangerous, but if they can get the Iranian military at some point, or parts of the Iranian military that precede the regime and that are in no way part of the Islamic theocracy, to betray the regime and to turn on the regime, as occurs generally when we have revolutions, it's the military that brings the coup de grace. If the Iranian military can do this, I am suspecting that they would agree to have Reza Pahlavi be a transition figure, yeah.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Perry. Please stay with us as we stay on this topic. Now, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has emphasized that the UK is working closely with its allies to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. Starmer has confirmed that this remains a key objective for the UK. When asked if he would support potential US military strikes on Iran, he clarified that while he supported the goal of preventing Iran's nuclear development, discussions with allies are ongoing on how best to achieve this. Additionally, Starmer has condemned Iran's violent repression of protesters, calling the killing of demonstrators grotesque. Let's listen in.
The goal or the aim here is that Iran shouldn't be able to develop nuclear weapons. That's hugely important. And of course, we need to deal with the fact that they are repressing protesters, killing protesters. It's grotesque what is happening. And so that's where our focus is, and we're working with allies to that end.
Now we welcome back Mr. Dan Perry. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry, for staying with us. Now, as you know, we heard UK's Prime Minister say, and also US says that they are open to diplomacy. From your analysis, which channel of diplomacy is realistically open?
Look, the thing about Donald Trump is that he doesn't particularly care about democracy and promoting democracy. The national security strategy that the U.S. released a month ago specifically, explicitly, and shockingly breaks with over 70 years of bipartisan consensus in the U.S. About promoting democracy abroad. So it is possible that for the Iranian regime, there is a potential of having America support their continuing to exist, even though they horribly oppress their own people, because Trump doesn't care. But for that to happen, they would need to agree that Trump is the capo di tutti capi, and they would need to succumb to his hegemony. I suspect that there's a scenario where Ali Khamenei, the superannuated supreme leader, maybe flees or is removed, maybe goes to Moscow, and Trump can point to that as a huge success while maintaining the rest of the regime in place. That would be the Venezuela scenario, where he removed Nicolas Maduro, but kept the regime in place. And shockingly, instead of trying to engineer a replacement of the Chavismo regime with Machado and with the democratic opposition, he started talking nonsense about how that opposition has no credibility, no support, a lie, and worked with the existing deputies of Maduro as long as they agree to play ball. Some version of that could happen in Iran. That would be terrible for the Iranian people. But I could see Trump doing that because that would enable him to claim some kind of win. But I would hope that the American system, which right now is in retreat because in America we're looking at something of an autocracy, a weird autocracy with the president determining everything. But if the American system comes together and puts together a coherent American plan, that plan probably should involve a removal of the regime and the replacement of the regime with a liberal democracy.
Right. And lastly, you know, as the oil sector, even if the regime change doesn't occur, if US gets what it wants in case if it's oil, is there really need for US to gain access to Iranian oil? Because it seems like with Venezuela and many oil channels open for US now, especially from South America, it seems like it's enough, or do you think that it could be one channel for diplomacy?
I must say I reject the premise of the question. It doesn't matter what the U.S. needs. The U.S. can't run around the world seizing what it needs. But all right, if I am to engage, the U.S. doesn't need it. The U.S. is a net exporter of energy. The U.S. has access to all kinds of energy. The U.S. probably would be wiser to try to maintain its position as the leader of the rules-based global liberal world order that was established under U.S. aegis after World War II and has provided so much of the world with a degree of prosperity and peace. I don't think the U.S. should go around usurping people's oil. And again, as I say, nor do they need Iran's oil. I mean, it may be convenient, but that is not the way to go about your business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry, for highlighting that. Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now, looking at Israel, the Israeli military has confirmed that around 70,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza during the ongoing conflict, aligning closely with the figures reported by the Palestinian Ministry of Health run by Hamas. In a briefing to Israeli journalists, military officials estimated the death toll, though they have not officially confirmed it. The Health Ministry, which does not distinguish between civilians and Hamas, reported that 71,667 people were killed and 171,343 people injured. Earlier in the war, Israel had questioned the credibility of these figures, accusing the Palestinian Health Ministry of inflating the death toll, claiming the ministry were in cahoots with Hamas. However, reportedly, military officials have privately acknowledged the severity of the situation, with some high-ranking officials noting that more than 50,000 Palestinians have been killed as early as March 2025. The IDF has yet to release official data on the casualty count. Let's hear back from Mr. Dan Perry. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry, for staying with us. What more can you tell us about this IDF and the death toll from Gaza?
The IDF seems to be dropping its objection to the Gaza Health Ministry figures, although no one knows of the 70,000 people that everyone seems to agree were killed, how many were Hamas terrorists. I think at the end of the day, it's clear that Israel is admitting that tens of thousands of innocent civilians were killed, whether it's 30 or 40,000 is almost not the point, because obviously it was a horrible, cataclysmic situation. And of course, many more people are injured and many more people were left homeless. The narrative about this at the end will come down to who we blame. That it was a cataclysm is clear. Do we blame Hamas for holding on, for insisting on holding the hostages, for insisting on maintaining power in Gaza, even as Israel's going after them? And Hamas put civilians willfully in the way. We have to remember Hamas wanted civilians to be killed because that made Israel look bad. Do we blame Hamas or do we blame Israel for being the party that pulled the trigger? I'm not sure which way to go, frankly. And it's conceivable that there are no particularly good guys here. But we see what happens when a nihilistic jihadist group is allowed to take over a territory and threaten its environment. And I would just hope that the lesson is learned, that this cannot be allowed to happen anywhere. And so the question right now is, can the world come together in some way to compel Hamas to disarm and get out of the way, so that the Gaza technocratic government can move in and the reconstruction of Gaza can begin?
100%. Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Perry, for joining us today and sharing that important message with us. Thank you. Now we move on to U.S. The United States says it maintains significant oversight of Venezuelan oil products entering and exiting the country, a move seen as centric to U.S.-Venezuela energy relations and broader geopolitical strategy. According to reports, U.S. authorities are managing how Venezuelan crude is marketed and sold, with American regulatory frameworks shaping the flow and revenues of petroleum products tied to Venezuela's vast oil reserves. This comes amid a broader U.S. effort to reintegrate Venezuelan oil into global markets under U.S. oversight after easing some sanctions and negotiating export deals. Industry responses show some major buyers like PetroChina stepping back from Venezuelan crude marketed under U.S. control, while U.S. refineries such as Valero move to purchase Venezuelan barrels. U.S. policymakers argue that control over oil sales and revenue can help stabilize Venezuela's economy and influence political outcomes, though critics view it as exerting extensive geopolitical leverage over Caracas's energy sector. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Mark Sutherland. He's a geopolitical commentator, joins us live from London. Thank you very much, Mr. Sutherland, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now looking at this, are we supposed to take this as a good news or is this a bad news? How will this be affecting Venezuelan people?
Sima, good to be with you, and I note some of the comments from your previous guest.
Thank you.
The issue is this, to me, in my humble opinion. This has to be seen on a number of levels.
One, of course, is the narco-terrorism within that region, the relationship between Venezuela and the Iranian regime, the advice that the Iranian regime gives to Venezuela in regard to getting around all of the restrictions that the sanctions that various countries led by America have put on Venezuela. And as your previous guest said, at the moment, the Mandela, you could argue that people who are principal roles within the Mandela administration are still there, e.g. his deputy is now running the country. We go back in history, the American petro industry put a lot of investment in regard to Venezuela. There has been those comments that said, well, we invested heavily in there. We then, all of those assets were then stripped off us in nationalization by previous leader of Venezuela, Chavez. So we, from when 1998, they voted in a socialist government. So all of those factors have to be put in, and as President Trump has basically intimated, other people have said, well, it's payback. You know, we want our money back in regard to the investment. What is also fascinating here is how different countries, because of what they've been up to, that is not helpful in regard to the rest of the world, in regard to drug smuggling into America, then it's how these countries are then interlinked. Because if the regime is changed there, and then oil comes onto the market in a massive way to start help building then Iran, then there is going to be a glut of oil, and other countries are not going to be pleased potentially about that, like Saudi Arabia. So then also Venezuela, in regard to the Venezuelan people, when 6 million people have actually left the country, and many people celebrated the fact that Maduro was taken out and then taken to a court in New York, in regard then having on charges there and having to then answer for that. And there were many people that have cheered and jumped up and down in regard to that. And the country needs to be rebuilt, and one way to do that is through its assets, which it has extensively in regard to oil. How this balance is going to work out is going to be rather interesting, as President Trump has been rattling the diplomatic cage in a way that the diplomatic cage and the international order has not liked. Asuma.
Right. And if you were listening to, our other panelist, Mr. Perry, he also mentioned about how President Trump doesn't seem to be care as much about democracy. So what's your take on this, and if you can connect it with the current situation in Venezuela?
Very interesting when you use the word democracy where America is concerned. America is not a democracy, it's a constitutional representative republic with alienable rights. And the other thing about democracy, as we're presently finding out in the UK, is the fact that democracy leads to mob rule. That people may have a huge majority of members of parliament inside the UK, but how they got there on a limited vote is another question. So the other thing is looking at the MAGA base, is looking at security of the MAGA base, even though a lot of that MAGA base would be now turning around and going, well, hold on a minute, what has Iran got to do with us? Well, Iran is the terrorist state. It exports terrorism around the world. It's the #1 country at then doing that. And of course, at this time, while certain individuals in America who are socialists, communists, who want a color revolution, are then playing that out on the streets of Minneapolis in regard to resisting ICE agents, removing people from the country who are there illegally. And that was one of the comments way up there in regard to priorities of why people then voted for President Trump. How those stories are then, like in the sad shooting of Peretti, this individual who put himself in the way of ICE agents wanting to carry out their duty,
if you then see footage of him previously kicking the back of an ICE agent's car and smashing the light. The reason why I say this, it all depends how these things are played out in the media and if they are being truthfully reported. What happens is, in the beginning, we can argue is that they are not. It's until people do dig down, they then find out the truth on what is going on. All of this is in the mix in regard to perception, because other American politicians, Rand Paul for argument's sake, that has turned around and said, well, you've been blowing these boats out of the water in regard to narco-terrorism. How do you know that terrorists are on there? This is not a good idea. These boats should be stopped. There is lots of disagreement in regard to how this is then being carried out. But if you then go back to the mid-80s and you have to affirm how countries in South America have then made money, sadly, through drugs and then exported that into America, and we could also get into Ollie North and gun running, which is another subject as well, because at times it's very mixed. But there is a huge campaign to stop drugs coming into America. That is all also part of this. In other words, there's so much in the mix that you and I need about 3 hours to unpack all of it. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Sutherland, for sharing all that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving to Cuba. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has condemned U.S. President Donald Trump's recent threat to impose additional tariffs on countries that trade oil with Cuba. In a statement on X, Diaz-Canel has accused Trump of attempting to suffocate Cuba's economy under a false and baseless pretext. This comes as the U.S. President signed an executive order on Thursday intensifying economic pressure on the communist island by targeting countries that sell oil to Cuba. This move is seen as part of ongoing efforts to curb Cuba's access to crucial resources and further isolate the country on the global stage. Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Mark Sutherland. He joins us live from London. Thank you very much, Mr. Sutherland, for staying with us. Why is suddenly Cuba in the picture or in the eyes of President Trump?
Cuba has always been in the picture. You only have to look at many people that escaped the communist island, as you have just read out and described, which it is, under Fidel Castro, and then from there. They are interested. Many ex-Cubans who managed to leave are now in Florida because of that. And we have to remember the Foreign Secretary Rubio is of Cuban descent, like many others in that area. And then referring also to Ted Cruz in Texas. So it is a communist country. People are not free to express their opinion, which is another issue that the UK is facing, and it's always led by tyranny. So many connections there. Family, in regard to family, of why people fled Cuba and then have gone to Florida. We then have to look in the 60s, the Cuban Missile Crisis, when JFK was alive before he was shot. How we then handled that. We don't have time to discuss the Bay of Pigs and trying to overturn the regime at that time. But they are communist, and a variety of people understandably object to that. We only have to look through the 20th century. We look at Stalin, and we also look at how the China then conducts itself with their history when we go back to Chairman Mao. So it's a communist island that the American ideology, what America stands for, disagrees with. So how this is going to play out, it's going to be interesting, because the oil, other minerals are being used again by President Trump to rattle diplomatic cages, in my humble opinion.
Right. We will be eyeing that. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Sutherland for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now we move on to our next news. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested by federal authorities in connection with a protest at a Minnesota church earlier this month. Lemon, who, along with journalist Traherne, Jean Cruz, Georgia Ford, and Jamal Lidilundai were detained over their involvement in a protest at City's church in St. Paul. Lemon's attorney Abbas Araghchi has stated that his client was arrested in Los Angeles while covering the Grammy Awards, criticizing the Trump administration for prioritizing this case over the deaths of 2 peaceful protesters in Minnesota. The Justice Department plans to pursue charges related to Lemon's coverage of the January 18th protest, which was triggered by allegations that the church pastor, David Easterwood, works for ICE. The charges are still under investigation, but the arrests are part of a larger federal crackdown on immigration protests in Minneapolis, with several other activists also detained. Lemon, who stood by his reporting, has vowed to fight the charges. The White House has mocked the arrest on social media, prompting backlash from Lemon's supporters. Now we move on to Panama. Panamanian President Jose Raul Mulino has said that Panama is in contact with the Danish company Maersk about temporarily taking over 2 ports operated by Hong Kong firm CK Hutchison, whose concession was annulled by the courts. The Panamanian Supreme Court has invalidated the contracts amid the repeated threats from U.S. President Donald Trump to reclaim the interoceanic waterway that the United States built and ceded to Panama, and claiming that it is controlled by Beijing. Let's listen into what the Panamanian President Jose Raul Mulino has shared.
Me dirijo a ustedes en virtud del fallo del Pleno de la Corte Suprema de Justicia en relación a la inconstitucionalidad del contrato de concesión de las terminales portuarias de Balboa y Cristóbal operados por Panama Ports Company. Nuestros puertos son uno de los pilares estratégicos para la economía nacional y un eslabón clave para el comercio internacional. Es importante destacar que hasta que el fallo quede ejecutoriado, se produce un periodo de continuidad del actual operador sin ningún cambio operativo. Después comienza un periodo de transición que se culmina con una nueva concesión bajo términos y condiciones favorables para nuestro país.
Now moving on to sports, Novak Djokovic is through to the Australian Open final after a thrilling 5-set win over reigning champion Jannik Sinner. The 38-year-old Serb battled back from deficits to secure victory in the late-night marathon. He will face top seed Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's title match. A win would give Djokovic a record-breaking 25th Grand Slam, surprising Australia's Margaret Court. Alcaraz also reached the final after defeating German Alexander Zverev in a hard-fought 5-set battle. Djokovic showed resilience despite age and injuries, keeping his hopes alive for another historic Melbourne triumph. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
joint neighbor, we are also closely following the process of establishing the new government following the elections for the parliament. With my distinguished counterpart, we also talked about the security and stability of Iraq, and we underlined the importance of this for our countries and for the region. And we have a will and determination to work closely with the new Iraqi government. Distinguished members of the press, Turkey and Iran are two important actors of the current geography that we are existing in. And in this framework, the continuation of the contacts is not just important for our bilateral relations, but for also the regional security and welfare. I would like to thank my distinguished friend, Foreign Minister Araghchi, for this visit and for his contributions. And following this visit, our president is also going to receive Foreign Minister Araghchi. And once again, I would like to say welcome to our country and to Istanbul. The floor is yours, Mr. Minister. In the name of God, the merciful and the beneficiary. I would like to greet all of the members of the press, and first and foremost, I would like to thank distinguished brother Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan for inviting me and for his hospitality and the warm interest that he has extended to me and to the accompanying delegation. We had very productive negotiations. We talked about various different topics, about various challenges, had exchanges of opinion, both in relation to bilateral relations, regional issues, and international issues. Iran and Turkey are both neighbors and friends. And in dire days and in good days, we have always sided with each other. The relations between the two countries throughout history have always been brotherly and in a friendly manner, especially in the recent times when the Zionist regime attacked the rights of the Iranian people, and also during the recent terrorist attacks that we experienced in January. Apart from outside our country, this was actually governed and managed by the Israeli forces. The Turkish authorities have always sided with us, and they have always supported us, expressing their very valuable opinion indeed. And likewise, in this manner, on behalf of the Iranian government, I would like to thank the whole country, the government of Turkey, to the president and to Minister Hakan Fidan. And I would also like to thank my counterpart for expressing his wishes for condolences on the lives lost during these events in Iran. We agree as both countries, both the events that are taking place in our region that are actually because of the illegitimate interventions of some outside forces. Israel regime is actually implementing some conspiracy theories and is trying to weaken the countries of the region so that there is a warfare so that they can reach their own wishes and targets. We agree with my counterpart. The Zionist regime has the intention of creating a war which is never ending, and they want to manage and govern the whole region. This is a very important threat, and this is something which all the countries of the region see clearly. In order to fight against this common threat, unfortunately, they are receiving the unlimited support of the American government, and some Western countries are also supporting them. And vis-a-vis this attack, the countries of the region and Islamic countries should be more careful. When we had deliberations with my distinguished counterpart, Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, we talked about all the tension in our region and the destructive effect of this in our region. We believe that all the countries of the region and the safety of all these countries is the safety of the whole region. The fact that one country enters war is going to create such a threat for the countries of all of our region, and it is going to disrupt the stability and security, and we're against all such interventions. And the plans of the Zionist regime should be what we are targeting of, and we will be welcome to participate in any countermeasures to these plans. To protect the national interest and also the regional security is our priority as Iran, and we never accept any dictation. And our previous experience has always shown that USA has never been loyal in the negotiations and has never shown any goodwill. But despite this, Iran is always ready to diplomatic processes that are based on common sense, on wisdom, on justice, taking into consideration our fundamental rights. The Islamic Republic of Iran once again is ready to sit down at the negotiation table pertaining to negotiation on nuclear arms. We never are in search of nuclear arms, and we never included this in our calculations for our own security and safety. And we have always defended that our nuclear initiatives have always been peaceful, and we are still at the same point, standing on the same position. Our nuclear activities have always been peaceful, and we never have been in search of nuclear arms. If these negotiations are based on mutual interest, mutual respect, and mutual trust, then we are ready to continue these negotiations. And if these negotiations are conducted in a just manner, with conscience, the Islamic Republic of Iran is always ready to participate in these negotiations and in this dialogue. To the government of Turkey, we do believe that their approach to find regional solutions to regional problems is the correct approach, and we are supporting this to protect the interest of our region. And we are always supporting any dialogue, any negotiation to establish peace amongst the countries of the region, so that the tension is reduced, so that stability is achieved, and we're always supporting all negotiations and would like to be a part of these negotiations. Regional ownership logic is the basis. With my distinguished friend and counterpart, Minister Hakan Fidan, we talked about Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and the other problems. My counterpart has already mentioned our initiatives on this. We are supporting territorial integrity in Syria, and we want to see the end of the occupation of the Zionist regime. And we believe that the government should be established and strengthened with the participation of all units in Syria, all citizens of Syria. We want the stability and unity of Syria, and we believe that the stability of Syria is going to provide stability for the region. Likewise, in Iraq, in the recent elections, the wishes of the Iraqi people should be also taken into consideration. For a just election, the Iraqi people have participated with a high participation rate, and we would like to congratulate the Iraqi people for achieving this. And we are against any kind of oppression that is going to violate their choice. In relation to Lebanon, we believe that amongst all the groups, there has to be a national dialogue established. And the Lebanese security strategy doctrine, this should be the decision of the Lebanese people. We are also supporting the outcome of this dialogue, and whatever the result of that dialogue, we are siding with this. Also in Palestine and Gaza, we want the genocide to end as soon as possible, and humanitarian assistance to be provided to the people of Gaza. We would like to thank the Turkish government for their initiative in the establishment of peace in Gaza. They have really worked hard to achieve this. And also especially President Erdogan and Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. We are grateful for their efforts because they have always exhibited a very constructive approach on this aspect. And we support any type of participation of Turkey, which is important for peace and stability of our region. And we are supporting their...
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We just heard Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan address a joint press conference in Turkey. Let's now discuss it further. Joining us now is Mr. Mohammed Osman. He's a Middle East expert, joins us live from Cairo. Thank you very much, Mr. Osman, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, what does this timing suggest of Iranian, foreign minister's visit to Turkey, and how can they lead these talks to further diplomatic talks with U.S.?
Thank you for having me, Asuma. What a pleasure to be with you as usual. It seems that that Turkey is playing a very prominent role as of late in attempts to mediate between the United States and Iran in order to push the situation towards some sort of de-escalation. And of course, Turkey, in addition to countries like Saudi Arabia, like Oman, Egypt, and Qatar, and beyond the Arab and the Arab region and the Middle East, of course, Russia also plays a role. All of these powers and all of these actors are attempting to de-escalate the situation and are attempting to find some grounds for negotiations and dialogue between the United States and Iran. It seems, according to reports, that Turkey had even much more ambitious ideas in this regard. Turkey was urging the Iranians to be more flexible, and also they advised the Iranians reportedly to offer the Americans, promised the Americans more flexibility on the nuclear issue, and also offered President Trump and the Trump administration lucrative opportunities in Iran's very promising oil sector, which is basically suffering under Western sanctions at this point. However, of course, these measures and these efforts by regional and international actors, I believe, are close to futile at this point, because unfortunately, the United States and Iran, due to the rigidity of both powers or both parties, are beyond finding a common ground for negotiations given the current circumstances. The United States is placing forward a formula for basically the surrender of Iran, not really a sound ground for negotiations. They are asking for the suspension of enrichment, the turning over of the enriched uranium, the dismantlement of the missile program, and of course that Iran severs its relationship with its regional proxies. This is a formula for surrender. This is not a formula for negotiations. Negotiations means that an outcome will allow the Iranians to make concessions and make compromises while saving face at the same time. But basically, the Americans tend to humiliate Iran without giving them any guarantees in return that will ensure the regime's survivability of sorts. And on the other hand, the Iranians are being completely unrealistic about what to expect from these negotiations. They act as if they are the peers and the equals of the Americans. And of course, this is not the case at all. The United States is a massive superpower. Iran is merely a regional power that is suffering under an embargo and American sanctions, and even periodic attacks and military actions against its interests in the region. So as you can see, Asuma, they do believe that they can negotiate with the Americans on the premise of the 2015 deal. This will never happen. The Americans will never accept it. They will accept nothing short of neutralizing the nuclear threat of Iran, the idea that Iran can possess a nuclear weapon. And this requires Iran to present very serious concessions in the nuclear field. However, the United States, on the other hand, also has to be willing not to humiliate Iran or not to negotiate on things that fall within the realm of Iranian sovereignty, like its conventional missile program, for example. This is, in my opinion, off limits. Why would you try to limit their ability to develop legitimate conventional weapons, basically? So this is the problem, Asuma. So as long as this is the situation, we will be heading and edging more and more towards escalation and war, unfortunately, Asuma.
Right. So building on your answer, you mentioned that Iranians and US is of course not equal. I agree with you there, but Iranians are talking as if they are seeing eye to eye with US. So what will be the benefit for US to engage in talks with Iran right now?
I think that the United States should be the more responsible actor, Asuma, because in all cases,
yes,
any foreign aggression or act of aggression is unjustifiable under international law. What the United States is doing at the moment, this mobilization of military assets, the threat of the use of force, and maybe even the eventuality of the use of force, God forbid, in the coming days and weeks, this is a huge transgression of international law. And this basically supports the idea that we are not in a rules-based order anymore, that we are living in a state of anarchy where might makes right. And if that's the case, then of course this will open the door to more chaos in the region and in the world and in the region. And we are seeing that transpire, unfortunately. What the Americans have done with Venezuela, what's going on in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine, how China is acting. So basically all of the superpowers now will act in a very irresponsible way, since the United States is not exactly leading by example at the moment, Asuma. So the United States does have legitimate concerns with regards to Iran's nuclear program. These can be remedied through a political resolution, meaning that they might demand these massive concessions from Iran. However, they have to be in return for viable, meaningful guarantees, like lifting sanctions, like security guarantees that Iran will not be attacked again by Israel or the United States. These are all prerequisites for a workable deal at any given time. And that's the problem on the part of the United States. The United States is being maximalist about this. They believe that they can force Iran to surrender. And of course, you can see Israel written all over this policy, unfortunately, Asuma. Even though the United States is not really interested in regime change per se, it's not a priority for the United States. If anything, it could be a massive headache for the United States if the regime falls in Iran without a viable alternative. It will turn into chaos. So this is a major state, a pivot state in the Middle East and Central Asia. A collapse of the regime in there, in a country that is 1.6 million square kilometers big and houses or has about a population of over 92 million people. This will create a disaster for the region. And on the other hand, the Iranians have to be realistic, because as long as they are as delusional as they are now, they will get annihilated.
And one of the cards you mentioned in my first question is that oil sector, that Iran is willing to give more access to oil of theirs. Do you think Trump will buy into this? Do you think Trump administration does need more oil, as we know that it has in much more access than compared to last year, as we know what happened with Venezuela?
Yeah, this is a Turkish idea. Asuma. Iran never said that it's ready to do any of that. Okay. The Turks were thinking outside the box, thinking that this might attract Trump. But I don't think that's really possible. I think that the Turks are really pushing their luck with such unserious propositions, in my opinion. I believe that this is not a serious starting point. The issue is not economic, as you just said. The United States already has control over major portions of the world's oil, including its own. The U.S. is a major producer of oil. Venezuelan oil now basically is under de facto U.S. control, as we have seen the unfortunate events that happened in Venezuela, and we discussed it together on your program more than once, Asuma. So they don't really need Iranian oil at this point, and Middle Eastern oil for the United States. Really, the United States is not really that reliant on Middle Eastern oil in general. But however, they will be interested in controlling the oil markets in the world in general, so that they can control prices, so that they can have more leverage over Russia, for example, whose economy is very dependent on oil. And also at the same time, they can have a card by which they can blackmail China with. China is a net importer of oil. Most of its oil comes from the Middle East, including 15% from Iran, for example. So I think one of the main reasons behind the idea of subduing Iran and bringing Iran under control basically is part of the competition, part of it, one of its aspects, not the main aspect, but one of its aspects and dimensions is the China-US geopolitical competition for control and influence in the world at this point. And of course, this is a fight over resources. However, the Iranian issue does not really feature as a main factor in that. It's more of a geopolitical issue concerning the security of Israel and the insurance of Israeli and US, and of course, by consequence, US dominance and hegemony in the region. And unfortunately, Iran is failing to understand that at this point, and this could lead to military conflict if they do not deal with this in a more flexible way that can lead to a political settlement, Asuma.
Right. And now adding Turkish Foreign Minister to our conversation, he has called for US-Iran talks on nuclear program to restart. So what is the possibility of this and how might that look like?
They have to change their positions, both of them, and starting with the Americans. The Americans cannot walk into these negotiations putting very unrealistic preconditions like basically the dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program, and also in addition to that, giving dimensions that are way beyond the nuclear issue, like the conventional ballistic missiles program, like the relations of Iran with its regional proxies. These are separate issues that need to be discussed separately. And I think that Iran might be more flexible with regards to the nuclear program and the idea of reducing the rate of enrichment into even in turning over the enriched uranium, in subjecting their own nuclear program to much more stringent oversight and scrutiny by international organizations like the International Atomic Agency, Energy Agency. However, I do not think that the Iranians can really go beyond that. The idea of completely dismantling the enrichment facilities is unrealistic, especially that most of them, or the major ones, were destroyed in the last war. So the idea that Iran still has the capability of enriching massive amounts of uranium that will allow it to develop a nuclear weapon do not really correspond to reality. And the Israelis and the Americans know that, and they admit that. However, they choose to pretend otherwise. They choose to pretend as if the Iranians are an imminent nuclear threat, and this is not true. Iran did not recover yet from the 12-day war. If anything, Iran is even struggling with its own domestic crisis right now. We have seen the wave of protests as of late that Iran has put down very violently and brutally. And with the ongoing economic conditions, they are in no shape to engage in any more adventurism. They will be much more focused on stabilizing the country and containing the collapsing economy. Their economy is in free fall. So the idea that Iran is an imminent threat, as the US and Israel are trying to say, is really far from the truth, Asuma. However, I do believe that what is being presented by the United States is not a serious proposition of negotiation or political settlement. It's an ultimatum. Either surrender to our demands, and we will call it a diplomatic negotiation, or we will go to war. This is a very dangerous formula, very counterproductive, and it might backfire in the face of the Americans and the Israelis, Asuma, because Iran will fight back.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Mohammad Osman for joining us and sharing that insight on this. Now, moving the focus to China, China is pushing back against comments from US President Donald Trump, who warned it was very dangerous for close ally Britain to deal with Beijing. Spokesperson Goh Jiakun has said China is willing to strengthen cooperation with all countries, including Britain. He has stressed that Beijing supports engagement based on mutual benefit and what he called win-win results. The remarks underline growing diplomatic friction as Washington urges allies to limit ties with China while Beijing defends its global partnership. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Professor Georgi Toleraya. He's a professor at Russia Academy of Science. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now, Professor, looking at this, how is this tactic working for US? As you know, it seems like it pushes away the allies and then wants it to choose them still over other countries in terms, particularly with US and UK and China now?
Well, I think it's rather ironic that on the one hand, President Trump himself is trying to make some deal with China and planning to visit it, and they have some kind of plans for some kind of cooperation. At the same time, he prohibits his allies to develop cooperation. Of course, Britain and European countries, they may be too late to turn to the east, but nevertheless, they're trying to do it. And I find it ironic that US is prohibiting them to do so. China, of course, doesn't like it, but I think that the European countries, including Britain, will have to follow the lead of the US in this case.
So why can't UK stand for itself? Why does this double standard always work for US?
Well, those whose power is right. That's the rule of the game today. And in fact, I'm reading now, I came across an old book, Godfather by Mario Puzo, for which a famous film was made. And when I read about how the Sicilian mafia in the US operates between itself, it gives a pretty good clue for the current situation, current international politics. Those who have the power is always right.
And how long will this rhetoric work for US?
Well, the practice have been there for many decades, but it was masked, it was decorated with some kind of liberal words and some kind of narrative, democratic narrative. Now it came into the open, and it was clear for everybody even before that. Now it's easier just not to have any illusions and to act in accordance with this real rules of the game, real laws of nature, which are now in force.
And what cards can China and UK play to counter this pressure by US, if any?
Well, China has its own trump cards. Sorry for this, using the word Trump in its direct meaning. So China has its own ability to withstand this pressure, and I think they will use it. It may be not that open, not be said directly, but China will also use its abilities, its capacity to pursue its own interests.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, staying in China, Beijing has vowed to take necessary measures to protect the interests of its companies following Panama.
What we can do as
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. We're starting with breaking this hour on Jeffrey Epstein files of US. So now US government has released around 3 million, according to media reports, 3 million more files related to Jeffrey Epstein. He has published a new category of files related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, the Trump administration's latest effort to comply with the law passed in November that required the department to release all Epstein-related records by December 19, 2025. However, the December date has passed already, while this comes as when the department has said that the end of 2025 that it still has more than 5 million pages to review and needed to reassign hundreds of lawyers to do so, drawing criticism from some members of Congress that the administration's slow pace had violated the law. While 3 million pages from the Justice Department files on the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein are being released to the public today, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has said that at press briefing today. Blanche said the release will include 2,000 videos and 180,000 images related to the Epstein case, is the latest in the series of releases that began last month in response to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which passed Congress overwhelmingly and was signed into law by President Donald Trump on November 19th last year. The act gave the Justice Department 30 days to make publicly available all classified records pertaining to investigations and prosecutions of Epstein and his convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, the bill contains several exceptions that allow for withholding or redacting records, notably to protect the privacy of Epstein's victims. That's what the government says. The DOJ to date had posted to its online Epstein library roughly 12,000 documents, totaling about 125,000 pages, just a small fraction of the millions of records the department has been reviewing. Those materials included record of complaint to the FBI filed back in 1996, years before the disgraced financier was first investigated for child sex abuse. The documents also included new details about the government's investigation into potential accomplices, as well as thousands of photographs of Epstein's New York and U.S. Virgin Islands properties that were searched by the FBI after Epstein's arrest in 2019. Now, the images, which were released without any context or background information, contained little information related to Trump, leading a spokesperson for Clinton to accuse the DOJ of selectively disclosing the pictures to imply wrongdoing on the part of Clinton, where he said there is none. Now, both Trump and Clinton have denied all wrongdoings and have denied having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. We will be eyeing this as we continue to follow this news. Now we move on to our next news. U.S. has announced more Iran-related sanctions. The U.S. Treasury Department has imposed more new sanctions on 7 Iranian nationals and 1 entity, according to an update from the U.S. Treasury Department's website. 4 of the sanctioned individuals are named as having been members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The U.S. already has extensive sanctions against Iran. Yesterday, the U.S. Secretary of State announced plans to revoke immigration privileges for senior Iranian officials and their family members as well. Now, we will be following this from our newsroom, and now we move on to our next news. With Iran and US and EU standoff. Today we saw a lot of updates coming in from European leaders towards Iran, and after European leaders, EU has put Iranian regimes, the guards to sanctioned Iranian regime's guards. They have Iranian government has said that they will counter that move by Iran by saying that they will also put sanctions on EU forces as well. Now, IRGC was designated as a terrorist group by EU, and Iran said it will label EU member states' armed forces as terrorists in response to that move, which was done by EU against IRGC. Now, while Araghchi was in Turkey today, we heard him speak and reiterated same stance. However, he has said that if there is respect from US side and EU side, they are open to diplomacy and talks. Now for this, we will be welcoming my colleague Marisha Bar for this. Marisha, what more can you tell us about this ongoing situation between Iran and EU and US?
Yes, well, Asuma, to give you and our viewers a little bit more insight into what are the recent developments when it comes to the unrest or the escalation with regards to diplomacy and just global ties within Iran and the US, let's take a look at first what you shared before. So the United States has sanctioned almost a few more Iranians to the sanctions list. Now, this sanction has come about with regards to the Treasury Department. These are statements released by the US's Treasury Department. Now, when you look at it in the depths of it, around 7 Iranian nationals and a whole entire entity have been added into the sanctions list. Now, when you look at the 4 sanctioned individuals are also being have been identified as members of the IRGC. Now, Washington already enforces extensive sanctions on Iran and across Iranian economy. Let's not deny the protests that did go on and are still going on in Iran with regards to the failing governance of it. In fact, even through this unrest, a lot of blockage with regards to internet access, with regards to unrest leading to humanitarian crisis within Iran is seen as a very notable stance. Now, when you look at the US's role in the midst of all of this, Washington enforces extensive sanctions across Iranian economy. US plans to revoke the visas of senior Iranian officials and their families. Now, this is where you see global diplomacy coming into play, because now you see Turkey as a separate nation who is involved in the talks when it comes to Iran. Now, Turkey urges diplomatic solution to avoid conflict and isolation of Iran. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan confirms talks with US's Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Ankara says dialogue must continue between Washington and Tehran. They are in fact playing a mediator with regards to the tensions that are escalating with regards to the US and Iran. For Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi stresses that talks must be fair and respectful. Tehran seeks unity, stability and peace in Syria, because all of these regions are in fact facing escalated tensions because of the unrest that is being rippled out of Iran. Now, Turkey opposes any foreign military intervention against Iran, which primarily they mean the US. Ankara warns Israel, pushing allies towards military actions. Iran in fact threatens to label EU forces terrorists over the IRGC ban. So, all in all, when you look at the situation from a global standpoint, the escalating tensions within Iran is being mediated by Turkey and other global entities, whilst US continues to sanction and release fresh sanctions related to Iran against the Iranian government, which includes Iranian nationals and their family members in itself. So yes, Asuma, this is what we know with regards to Iran and the standpoint at this current moment.
Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now moving on to U.S. Federal Reserve Chair, the 16th Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, will be replaced after he finishes his term in May this year. He's going to be replaced by Mr. Walsh. Now, Trump has nominated Mr. Walsh to lead Federal Reserve today. So Going to the basics, what is the Federal Reserve? It is the U.S. central bank which operates independently from government with goals of maximum employment and stable prices. Now, Kevin Warsh was a former Federal Reserve governor and Wall Street veteran, which makes him highly capable of this particular responsibility. Now, Kevin Warsh has been outspoken in his calls for regime change at the central bank. In a speech last year, he has also said U.S. fiscal policy was on a dangerous trajectory and that there had been a rise in irresponsible spending. He's seen as a voice that would support lower interest rates in the near term, which of course aligns with what President of the United States Trump has been vocal about. Now he's replacing the current federal chair head Jerome Powell, who was selected for this role by Trump back in 2018, back in his first term, which is set to end in May. Due to his resistance to pressure from the president to cut interest rates more rapidly, he found himself under the fire and often lambasted on social media. He's currently under investigation by federal prosecutors as well. Now, former U.S. Treasury official who worked with Fed nominee Kevin Warsh has told some media reports that people are happy with this choice. Now, for this, joining me is Maresha. For this, my colleague. Maresha, what more can you tell us about this new nominee?
Yes, well, Asma, U.S. President Donald Trump has time and again shown and made his dislike and displeasure very vocal with regards to Jerome Powell, who is the current Fed chief, and considering the nomination of Kevin Warsh, who Trump lauds, he has upfront complimented and called Kevin Warsh as one of the top picks when it comes to the next successor to the U.S. Fed chair. Is in fact a massive development when it comes to the controversy circling around who's going to be the next Fed chair, or who will be leading the Federal Reserve of the U.S. Now, when you look at it, today, that is the 30th of January 2026, is when Trump has nominated Kevin Warsh as the successor to Jerome Powell to replace him in the coming future. Now, taking a look at the details of it, Warsh is chosen to replace Powell, whose term ends in the month of May 2026, this year. And Trump has lauded Warsh as a top pick, calling him one of the greatest Fed chairmen, as I quote. And in fact, he says he is the great Fed chairman, maybe even the best. These are the words of Donald Trump when it comes to the nomination of his choice of candidacy to Kevin Warsh. But let's talk about the background. Who is Kevin Warsh? Now, Kevin Warsh previously served as a Federal Reserve governor back in the year 2006 to 2011. He also served, he was known as the youngest ever at the age of 35 when he served his term. Now, the previous roles, he worked as a former Morgan Stanley executive and is currently a fellow at the Hoover Institute at Stanford University. Now, let's talk about the economic views. He is known for being an inflation hawk. He prefers higher interest rates to control inflation. This is his stance when it comes to the rising economy of the US. But recently, he aligned with Trump's calls for lower rates. Now, talking about his professional career, with regards to his educational background, he holds an AB from Stanford and a JD from Harvard Law School. He serves on the board of director for an organization called Ups and Coupang. And he's played a significant role during the 2008 financial crisis as a key liaison to Wall Street. Now, the confirmation of the progress of his nomination truly is dependent on the Senate approval. Now, Warsh needs approval from the Senate but faces opposition. Republican Senator Tim Scott praises Warsh's knowledge and supports his nomination, whilst Senator Tom Tillis vows to oppose the confirmation until an investigation into the current Fed chair Jerome Powell is resolved. Now, Warsh is criticized for his economic stance. He has been outspoken against the Fed's involvement in politically charged issues like climate change and inclusion, saying it distracts from the core mission of stable prices and employment. But in all of this, what is at stake? For you and our viewers to understand that the impact on interest rates within the US is something that analysts say is at stake, where Warsh's stance on interest rates is likely to influence borrowing costs from mortgages to car loans, impacting everyday Americans and US citizens. Now, since the US dollar and treasury bonds play a major role in global finance, the Fed's policies have far-reaching effects. So even after being nominated, only time will tell, Asuma, if and how the Fed chair convenes the nomination and accepts Kevin Warsh as their next Fed chair. And how does that pan out for the average citizen in the US?
Yes, thank you for highlighting that and sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next Rep Live as well, Marisha. Now we move on to US, UK, and now we move on to China and UK. And today, as we know, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is on his visit to China still, and today he was headed to Shanghai. While all of this is unfolding in China and the warming of the ties between UK and China, we saw President Trump raise an alarm towards their warming ties. US has said, and President Trump has said that they should be careful about this, the warming of ties between China and UK. However, UK has said something back. While, yes, UK's British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that after the Trump criticism, he has said that UK cannot ignore China, and it would be, I'm paraphrasing here, but it would be foolish of them to ignore China. And while Trump has also threatened Canada with 50% tariff on aircraft sold in US today, and UK has achieved many things this week while Keir Starmer's visit to China. They seem to be ending their diplomatic ice age that has defined their relationship for the past 8 years. This is once again this visit comes after 8 years of no visit from a British leader to China. Now, both leaders face economic pressures at home and are seeking new opportunities for trade and investment. For Keir Starmer, the first UK Prime Minister to visit China since Theresa May in 2018, the trip was a chance to highlight the strength of British firms in finance, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, energy, clean energy, and car making. Now, President Xi Jinping, meanwhile, has aimed to show that China can be a reliable partner for Western economies as US President Donald Trump continues to rattle the global trading system. Although no sweeping free trade deal was reached, the visit marked a cautious but tangible reset of UK-China economic ties. Now, they have already signed and issued agreements on things like visa services, healthcare, green technology, and finance, combined with revived dialogue that might lead to better access for British firms to Chinese markets and greater Chinese investments in the UK. Now, earlier, we saw UK raise alarms over China's human rights, especially in Xinjiang province, towards Uyghur minorities. However, it seems like they have decided to lift those alarms that were raised by UK earlier, and also China has decided to ease the sanctions which were placed onto some UK ministers earlier, but now we know that they have been lifted. However, UK hasn't done the same as of now.
Well, it's very dangerous for them to do that, and it's even more dangerous, I think, for Canada to get into business with China. Canada is not doing well. They're doing very poorly, and you can't look at China as the answer. I know China very well. I know President Xi's a friend of mine. I know him very well, but that's a big hurdle to go over when you get Canada.
Now for this, we welcome back my colleague Marisha for this. Thank you, Marisha, for staying with us. What more can you tell us about this?
Yes, well, for you and our viewers, Asuma, what we see from our position is that heightened diplomacy and heightened bilateral talks with regards to diplomacy is seen when it comes to Canada and China, and right now US's involvement within all of this. Now you see nations and countries who come in unison to retaliate or to withstand dominance from the US, from Western dominance with regards to pressures on tariffs when it comes to what Trump is imposing globally. Now, why are these bilateral talks between Mark Carney and Xi Jinping so important? Now, when you look at it from Canada's, when you look at it from the British point of view, when it comes to Keir Starmer's visit, and especially the bilateral between the UK and China, you see why Keir Starmer's visit is so important, because he in fact is the first, he became the first British Prime Minister to visit China in almost 8 years. Now, according to reports, there have been successful talks between Keir Starmer and Xi Jinping. And the talks with Xi Jinping have been rather successful. In fact, Starmer held a 3-hour-long meeting with Xi Jinping, leading to agreements on tariff and visas. Now, what are the two countries looking at? Now, China agreed to cut tariff on UK whiskey from about 10% to now 5%. China will allow UK citizens to visit for up to 30 days without a visa. Also, a monumental deal has also been struck where a British drug maker company, AstraZeneca, committed to investing around $15 billion in China. Talks are also focused on health issues and streamlining export processes. Now, what is the stance? What is the strategy of Starmer when it comes to these bilateral talks? Well, when it comes to Starmer, economic pragmatism seems to be a strategy where Starmer emphasized that engaging with China is essential for the UK's economy, highlighting job creation and new trade opportunities. Starmer insists that the UK doesn't have to choose between the US and China.
Yes. Marisha, thank you for sharing that insight. Unfortunately, we are running out of time for that discussion, but now we move the focus on to Russia and Ukraine. US President had earlier stated that it or requested US Russia to hold airstrikes on Kyiv until February 1st amid harsh winter temperatures, and now media reports show that Russia has agreed to do so. So Russia has agreed to hold airstrikes on Kyiv until February 1st amid harsh winter temperatures, and Ukraine said it was ready to reciprocate as Washington pushes for a diplomatic solution to end the war. But as the Ukrainian capital braces for another bitterly cold spell, from Sunday, President Volodymyr Zelensky said today that there was no formal truce between these two countries. Russia has bombed Ukraine's roads and railways in recent days. The Kremlin said President Vladimir Putin had accepted Trump's request to stop bombarding Kyiv to create favorable conditions for peace talks. In recent weeks, however, Russian strikes on energy infrastructure in Kyiv have left hundreds and thousands of people without heating in their homes for days in end. At times, as temperatures have left below minus 15 degrees Celsius. Now, Zelensky said Ukraine was ready to reciprocate this, halting its attacks on Russian refinery infrastructure